Hello, and welcome to the 24th episode of The Weave Tales of Voria. How are you?
Better now.
I was just going for a tired voice, but then it started sounding a bit creepy.
Sure, you're not practicing something that's going to come up later.
Ooh, I don't know. Yes, maybe. I was practicing a different voice in the shower today.
Unrelated.
Unrelated. Anyway, are we already? Do you have your snacks and your drinks? What is that, Joe? There's a big bottle of red stuff.
It's watered down wine, clearly.
Yep.
I haven't got my grapes, so I feel a bit.
Oh shit! I don't have my glass of wine. Be right back.
This ain't right. Danny grapes.
Times are tight. Gotta water down that wine. I can't imagine that'd be very nice. We haven't got a music thing set up, have we? No.
No, I don't think so.
Also, I saw the funniest thing I saw about someone commenting on Cyberpunk was someone's like, "What the hell? This game's in first person." They must have just seen nothing about it, and then were just angry. Sorry, Tom. You go. What were you saying?
Set up a new Spotify account, add it to my family plan so that I don't have all the D&D song spam for my 2022 or no 2021 when it unwrapped for next year.
I should do that. I've disconnected it from my Spotify when I'm playing D&D now because that was just wrecking that as well. Not my Spotify, my Last FM. Sorry.
Half my like recommended playlists or daily mixes are just like D&D music based now. So,
Lord, have you had this virtual background? The Flips strawberry cheesecake flavor.
No, not the strawberry cheesecake.
They're good.
Just the regular. What was it? Fudge ones.
They're also good. I got a banana as well. Anyone's interested? Those are my snacks.
It's a quality stream, guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
snacks. Welcome to Snackland. Woo!
Lucas, we need the music.
All on these guys.
Yep.
During this,
I'm gonna do the recap, but let me start music.
What's that, George Vitamins?
Vitamin D.
Vitamin D.
So,
Loads of D.
I'm also eating a vitamin.
actually, let me put
It
this.
says adult on
What
them,
is
so
this? What is this? What's happening?
we got paid promotions. Did you not get the email? I got Flips and Bassett's vitamins. George clearly got some other vitamin.
Poor mess. If you also
I got an electric beard brush for my Secret Santa present from work, so I can push that if you want.
I got
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Brush my beard.
toothpicks, which are a great company promoter.
I've got dice.
I realised my microphone was
D&D.
way off.
Shane got an on-brand one.
Did I sound far away?
No,
Yes.
you sound.
Not really.
No, earlier. Did I sound really far away?
Yes.
No, you sounded
a
really
bit.
small.
Yeah, my microphone was like
Really short.
So,
Go back to a fellow Ted joke.
when we last left our heroes, I just did a portmanteau of last and left. When we left our heroes, the Wandering Academy, after dealing with a group of jackals that were attempting a tomb robbery and performing then the robbery yourselves instead, you decided to go scout Bagai's Web fort before planning your next step. You succeeded, you were more successful, let's say, in a stealthy approach this time around, and you snuck closer to the palisade that surrounded the camp. Elizabeth then sent Pepper to do an aerial reconnaissance of the camp and the fort at the center of it, identifying a big well that dropped down into a slow-moving underground river, and what appears to be the room of Webb and Mora at the top of the main tower. Happy with their findings, knowing now the layout of the fort and what they can expect, they head then northeast towards the Run River and the area where they've been told they can find the Locathar. On the way there, though, you find yourselves crossing a big swampy area, and after finding a sign warning travelers of a monster ahead, you met a hobgoblin named Njalsen that also goes by the name of Red. he explained that they were the Wandering Academy were about to wander right into an area where a dangerous monster lives, some kind of big toad-like monster named Alfredo. He said that he had been tasked by Auntie Verna to bring him back, as it is her pet, and Nielsen Red wanted to enlist the help of the party to do this in exchange for helping them find the Lokatha and deal with the jackals. The party isn't initially thrilled by this idea, but they figure they can always use all the help they can get. And so they approach the dwelling of Alfredo, only to be ambushed by it. A battle ensues with the swamp difficult terrain hindering Spear and Red's ability to effectively deal with Alfredo. That appears to have quite a few tricks up his sleeve and seems intent on eating people. After Scon manages to escape his grasp, though, it is Coda that ends up in the maws of the beast and then promptly swallowed. Alfredo fled the area with Coda in his belly, with Scon and Elizabeth giving chase by flying. Red and Spear, grounded, finish up the giant toads and follow as best as they can. Eventually, Scon is forced to stop the chase, with Spear and Red catching up with him, as Elizabeth keeps flying ahead, now into more drier and solid terrain, as she sees Alfredo finally slowing down, approaching a clearing in the forest and a wooden hut that looks like it has been built almost organically by a tangled mass of tree trunks and branches all growing and coming together to form it. And that's where we left off. So, let's see. We are gonna go back, Elizabeth, as you saw that, unless there is something specific. Okay, tell me what you're gonna do the moment you see that. Are you staying a certain distance? Are you trying to approach?
How long do I speculate everyone else is going to take to catch up?
You speculate based on the portion of the swamp that they still had to move through until they reach the drier area. You imagine maybe 20-25 minutes.
Okay. Is the frog going? Is it delivering? Coda? Does it seem to be delivering?
Okay, so
because that's what I want to do is watch it.
So the frog is approaching the entrance of the hut. As you see movement, the door opens, and another toad-like creature, but this one smaller, more humanoid-looking, probably the size of a dwarf, but with the big toad head and long toad arms. Well, yeah, long humanoid arms that end up in kind of like toad-like fingers, kind of like looks at Alfredo, turns around and shouts, "Werner!" Oh, sorry, that's not a voice. "Werner! Alfredo's here!" We're gonna leave it there. So you.
Okay, so if nothing scary is happening, if they're not looking to kill him immediately and do something terrible, then I'm gonna send Pepper to go watch, and then I'm just gonna wait somewhere.
Okay, make a stealth check, please.
For me, that's 14.
Mm-hmm. And make a. So where do you place in Pepper?
So Pepper's gonna get as close as she needs to get to be able to see in.
To see in. Okay, so Pepper. So there is a clearing, but Pepper can get like right at the edge of a clearing in a tree that lets it see through the door, if you wish.
Yep.
So make a perception check.
I rolled stealth there, and that was 17,
Okay.
if that matters, and perception is 20.
Very well. I will take it from there in a second, but first we'll go back because I want to see what happens with Red, Spear, and Scon without them knowing what's going on there. So, Spear and Red. Red is carrying now. Oh, you fixed it.
Yeah, Scully got fixed
Yeah,
up.
got skilled
and
out.
Eventually, it like would have woken up in my arms and kind of like jumped
Yeah.
onto the ground and started.
Yeah, because it takes
Walking
like
around.
10 minutes until it wakes up. You both kind of like, as I said, you walk together, discussing the recent events, and you see Scon that was sitting around. sitting
Go
down, kind of
Go
like
on.
rocking back and
Go on.
forth
Go on.
in a
on.
1 foot of
Go
water, and the massive black sphere, like kind of like shifting in weird ways right in front of him.
Oh, Scon, what are you doing?
Go on. Go on.
What are you
Go on.
playing? Come on, we gotta get Coda.
Go
What are you
on.
playing? Oh, come in. Come
Go
in.
on.
Start trying to shake him a little bit.
Ugh.
I'm gonna.
Wait.
Can I do an Arcana check on the ball, the black ball?
You can.
You
Are
have to
you
do it before you
proficient?
kick me.
Yeah, of course you are.
I am proficient. Yeah.
Yeah.
14.
14. Only thing you can tell about it is that there's definitely an alien eldritchy energy. It feels weird, unnatural, not of this plane.
Well, you didn't work into there, did you?
So as soon as I'm shaked, I'll kind of snap out of it and just say, "He must be dead," and then pass out.
Bloody hell. Oh. Try and like
Split-
check
Yeah.
for a pulse. Kind of. Are you all right? You are. Yeah, it's just breathing.
I assume the black sphere disappears if he passes out, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that you will stop concentrating, yeah, and the sphere disappear. And you see now that in the area where the sphere was, all the plants and all the plant matter and stuff has been kind of like, it kind of like whittled and melted away, and it's just gone. There is like a perfect sphere of like dead vegetation where it was.
You don't suppose he walked into whatever caused this mess here, do you? Looks like some kind of, I don't know, some eldritch magic going on. Definitely not that frog. Could be something else about.
So, to get this straight, you drag us along to take out some kind of frog thing, which ends up stealing Coda, which you promise is going to be okay, but I don't know if I trust you still on that. And now you're saying there's some other things with eldritch powers firing things off and making plants go cold.
Oh, that seems to be about the long and short of it, yes.
What
I mean-
an absolute bloody mess. Oh.
Aye, your friend will be fine. I mean, I'd be more worried about this one that just collapsed on the ground than I would the one that's in the frog's maw.
Oh, well, he'll be alright, I'm sure. It's, oh dear, let me...
He doesn't...
I've,
do a quick, like, medicine check on him, look for any scratches or cuts or bites or anything like that.
Yeah, roll your medicine check.
14 again.
14. Just checking. Scon, you were pretty bit up, no? Yeah. He definitely looks like he suffered some damage from Alfredo. You can recognize the signs of that. But he appears to be, not in great shape, but also not life-threatening.
So I got this. I helped him before with his doing stuff with his eyes didn't go weird though when we were in that cave, did they? There was nothing like that happened. But anyway, like, it's fine. The stuff like this happens. He's been through a lot worse. Yeah, don't worry. I'll just get out my potion of healing. I'm just gonna pour it into his mouth.
Okay.
The good news is that it looks like he only took a few bumps and bruises from the frog itself. Doesn't seem to be anything supernatural on his body here. No gashes from
8.
unknown sources.
Well, come here. I'll get him. I'll scoop him up and come here. I'll take care of you. Right, which way? Completely lost now. Where are we?
It looks like he was following along the right track, so he's doing a good job. It should be 10, 15 minutes more up this way.
So is this your usual gig? You just wander around forest and get passerbys to come and get eaten by frogs for you?
Not always frogs. Varies day to day, but yeah, I mean, to be honest, help is hard to come by. People around here have been a bit preoccupied with, jackals and whatever else is going on. Seems like, places on the pinnacle of a pinnacle. What am I saying? Places on the threshold of falling towards war. So, not much help going, but yeah, I keep myself to myself, and any jobs that I go in, I take them on. So, but I mean, usually a bit better than this, I must say. Not been a particularly fantastic display of my usual prowess. So,
Well, yeah, I was going to say, I mean, I'm not brilliant in this mud. It's pretty slow going. You don't really-
you and me both. Hard on the
Yeah.
legs, innit?
Well, yeah, and also you don't really seem like you kind of set out for it without, maybe you shouldn't hunt monsters in swamps anymore. Just probably a bit of friendly advice there from.
I know, but the village seemed like it needed the help, and to be honest with you, I didn't have much else on, so.
Oh well, I mean, if there's people that need a bit of a hand, I suppose you're just trying to help out, I guess.
I mean, look, listen. As I said, that hag, she does that village a good turn year by year, but her pet goes missing and she asks the village for help, and if they can't offer it, who knows what she does to them in kind, retaliation and stuff like that. We might be looking at a worse situation. So I thought,
Oh, you're
I've
saying
lived
that this hag's threatening the village now?
No, but you never know how these things are going to turn out, do you? So I thought I'd do my bit just to see if I can ease any potential tension. I've lived long enough to know that, those villagers weren't going to be able to do this themselves, so.
Well, I guess if you're trying to help out some people, I guess can't hold it against you.
I mean, don't take it the wrong way. If the hag puts payment in my hands, I'm happy to share it, but, that's just part and parcel of living, innit? We all need a bit to get by, but as it were, I need jobs and they needed work done, so seemed like a good match at the time, but looks like I was a little bit out of my league on this one, so lucky you guys came around.
Oh yeah, I mean, I never don't think I want to take any more jobs in swamps though. It's like difficult to do anything around here. It's like bloody, in my bloody legs and everything. It's just,
They're
just had a
your
wash a
friends
week
to
ago.
fly off and leave you on the ground as well, I thought.
They got all these like magical powers, and Scon's always like, this one, look at him. You're like, no, he's like, I'm flying and you can't fly, and he's little bastard. He's asleep, he can't hear. It's fine. He's playing tricks on me all the time, and yeah, but it's a good good group. We saved the world once already.
Saved the world once already.
Well,
That's a tale for this evening, if ever I've heard one.
Oh yeah, but you probably want to ask Coda. His version sounds better, I think.
If he's alive, that is. I'll give you a wink.
Don't joke about that.
I thought that would be a good icebreaker for you.
Just
No.
keep it like a still.
Right. Okay. Well, he's fine. I bet you 25 gold pieces. If he's fine, you don't have to pay me. But if he's not, I'll give you the money as damages. How's that?
So you're basically saying that you value his life at 25 gold pieces.
Too high? Less? Should I started lower and gone up to 25?
Kind of. I don't know if I can go any faster, but I'm just walking faster. I don't know where
Yeah,
I'm going.
you're going like
probably walk off the wrong direction as well.
yeah. He starts walking the wrong direction, and you and Yalson know exactly where to go to. It's this way.
Yeah, if you want to find him, I'd stick close. You're heading into danger that way.
Right. Yeah. All right. Just no more talking.
So as you
Eyes up.
both trudge along the swamp, you and Yalson's carrying
Not carrying.
Scully for a bit, and then obviously it's just start walking next to you, and you Spear now carrying Scon, trudging along the swamp. Elizabeth, from inside the hut, so it's first Pepper that sees a woman come out from inside the hut. She has Probably looks about to be mid-30s to early 40s. Human, white skin, red, long, braided red hair. She has very thick leather boots, obviously used to walking around, this whole area in the swamp and whatnot. Has leather trousers as well, very comfortable. A bit of a blue, not robe, because it only goes to like maybe maybe 1 foot past her, down her waist, tied by a belt, and lots of like pouches and stuff that looks to be kind of like herb gathering apparel. She has what's it called? A sickle? Cycle? No. Sickle?
Sickle, yeah,
Sickle.
like a curved.
Yeah, the one with this like half moon shape in order to cut herbs. She has that as well, and she has like a purple shawl, kind of like covering her shoulders. And she comes out, looks at Alfredo, and she has a bit of a skull in her face that you can definitely see. You are looking through Pepper's eyes, I assume. And she says, Alfredo, come on, puke it out. And Alfredo kind of like takes a couple of steps backwards and goes and pukes Coda's body out, lands on the ground in front of the door. He's covering this kind of like black, greenish black, like slime. She kind of like takes 1 step forward, looks at the body, and kind of like shakes her head. Vashk, bring him inside, prepare a salve. You, Alfredo, come with me. And Alfredo kind of like looks a bit deflated and scolded, and starts following Verna as she goes around the hut on the other side from where the entrance is, near the orchard, and then deeper into the forest, followed by Alfredo in that general direction. As now the toad-like creature... By the way, roll a nature check. See if you recognize what this is.
7.
7. At least not from this distance appears to be, but the description is what it is. Kind of like goes, yeah, I will, and grabs Coda by actually lifts Coda, appears to be quite strong, put him in a fireman carry across his shoulders, and goes inside the hut, closing the door behind him. What do you do?
So which direction did they go? Away from me or towards me?
Away from you. So you came from the south. So you came from the north. Sorry. The hut door is to the west, and they went to the east. Verna and Alfredo. You are looking from the north. So from your position, they went to the left, and the hut door is towards the right.
Okay. So I will say to Spear, code has been delivered. I'm going to investigate. Then
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
gonna start walking.
We had this. Hello.
You're not there yet.
Yes.
Oh yeah, you're talking through there. Yeah.
So
Do you talk
then
out
I'm just-
loud? Sorry, just as a question, because I'm not. Do you speak out loud to use the spies murmurs, or is it all telepathic?
It's all telepathic.
Are you within 1 mile though?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
25 minutes away.
Is he all right?
He seems unconscious, but they seem like they're going to do well by him. I'm not quite sure yet.
Oh, that's so great. Scone kind of passed out, but I'm carrying him. And Red, he seems like a bit insensitive, but also like he might be all right. So I don't know. Maybe we can trust him. I don't know.
Well, the hag doesn't seem too vicious so far, so I'm hoping so.
Okay, we're on the way. It's just this bloody mud gets everywhere, and
Then I'm just going to walk up to the door,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
and then as I get outside,
Mhm.
I'm going to use disguised self,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to make myself look similar to Werner, like I could be related, but younger.
Okay. So make a spellcasting ability check for me. Intelligence check.
Ooh, 14.
Okay. So you make yourself look like a younger cousin, maybe, or something like that, or younger
Yeah,
sister.
not like directly related or anything, but just
Yeah.
red hair, braided and but tied up, and
Yeah.
similar features.
Okay. And the clothing.
Just simple robes. Just like a blue robes.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite clean.
Okay.
And then I'll go up to the door and then I'll knock.
Okay. As you approach the door, you see that there are so much stuff hanging from it, like from the little like awning that comes from the top of the door. There are like little dead birds, what appears to be some kind of dream catcher. Like things that jingle a bit with the wind. Definitely various dead creatures, like a lizard. Bunch of stuff. And you kind of like, I don't know how tall are you, but you probably need to kind of like lean down a bit in order to not touch it all as you knock the door. And you hear footsteps, and the door opens. These creatures, I say, is a bit more or less the size of a dwarf, both in complexion and height, probably around 4'8" or something.
Is it a grung?
Huh?
Is it a grung?
No, it's not a grung.
Okay.
It's not a grung, but
Just from my
similar.
imagination.
I can show you exactly what it looks like. Just if the description may not be enough. It's not. Doesn't have it's not wielding this spear here. But where is it? Where is it now? Oh, photo viewer. There we go. Wait, why is it not showing? Oh, I need to hide the map. Or maybe. 1 second.
I can imagine.
Yeah, I know.
It's a frog person.
He's a frog person. There we go.
There he is.
There he is. That's the frog person. So, and as the door opens, he kind of like looks at you. Kind of like looks down and up, maybe with a bit of a questioning look. Let me roll. Oh shit! Forgot my dice.
Rolling initiative. Oh god.
I think you might one-shot that one.
Who are you?
I'm here about him. If I can still see him, I'll point at Coda.
Yes, you look inside, and it's this almost claustrophobic in the sense of how much stuff there is there, and the like a waft of incense and herbs like invades your senses, and again things hanging, and there are like lots of like organically placed shelves that are parts of these branches that are all tangled together, and in a bed at the other end. Looks to be some kind of like sheepskin. Looks quite comfy, to be honest. There is Koda's body's line, so yeah, you can see it. Looks behind. Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why do you want him?
He's a friend of mine.
You need to wait for Werner. Alfredo brought him.
Right, may I wait inside?
Kind of like looks back, looks at you, is trying to take a measure. Make a persuasion check.
20.
Okay, but don't touch anything.
Looks around
Here, sit there.
and points at a small table that again has been grown from trees, and it's all like gnarled and not like flat at all. And from the same base of the table, another piece of trunk of branch kind of like grows into the shape of a quite solid stool.
So is he still alive?
Of course he is. Alfredo don't kill. No,
He bites.
no. Well, it needs to get them in the belly. Needs to open and bite.
And he opens the toad mouth really big to exemplify.
Right. Well, so he's going to be okay, I take it. And is there any issue that we might leave?
Making a salve.
You're making
I'll
this
get
up.
him up in no time. Wait there.
Right.
Kind of like goes towards Coda's body and keeps kind of like punching some kind of herbs into a paste. You can't even tell the smell of it from where you are because it's on the other end of the hut and there's just so many smells of incense and scented candles and crap all around there. There's like a big cauldron on one end as well, and there's like some kind of like bubbly substance that is creating a nice smell. And after a bit, what are you doing? Are you staying there?
I saw some more questions for him.
Yes.
Say,
Yes, he's still working, so you can talk to him.
I've not met any others like you before. Where are you from?
No. I am Vashk of the Bullywog.
Not a name I'm familiar with.
No. We live nearby. I am heir to the throne.
Well, that's very impressive.
I know.
Nearby, do you live perhaps towards the water, I assume?
No, we live in the swamp, the flat area on the western bank of the river.
And what's your relationship with the Locathar?
He kind of like stops for a second, looks at you.
We fight.
It's disappointing. That was my expectation.
What expectation?
Well, small tribes such as yours, they tend to fight, don't they?
Wrong. They don't let us expand. We need more land. We can't go near human village. We need go river. Both banks. They are on east bank. Don't let us close.
Why can't you just go towards the humans?
Oh, humans don't like. Verna. Only reason humans don't attack. Verna, we have deal.
But I imagine she has a different relationship to you.
She with humans. Yes, different relation. She goes, she trades humans. She trades bullywog.
Right. Well, I think there's plenty of room north of here.
North. More humans along the river. Fisher folk. We stay in swamp.
Right, but you wouldn't be interested in drier lands, would you? You'd have to stay towards the water. That is
Yeah,
troubling.
yeah, dry land, bad for the skin.
What about underground? Underground water. Is that good for you?
Very good. All taken by humans.
I happen to know a place that's taken by humans that might not be taken for long. You may be interested in.
Oh, Another come. Always humans come. One dead, another come. New king.
But this place has walls. You take it, you keep it. That's why I'm here to speak with Werner.
War. Humans kill. Bring armies. Weapons that throw rocks at sea. Humans kill each other. Powerful. They kill Bullywug easy.
Right, so you intend to stay safe.
We
In the
can
forest.
go north,
This one.
but we need swamp. We need more flood.
Right.
We build dam.
You build a dam.
In secret, trying to make more swamp, but it's difficult. Humans find and destroy.
Well, that sounds very interesting. Why would they take dislike to that? Where is this dam?
Last one we built about 20 miles north.
Right. Interesting. I may have some more questions about that at a later date. But for
One
now,
second.
And kind of like grabs this space, closes Koda's nostrils, open the mouth.
Yeah, you boy.
Koda, you start going retching, and then something is holding your mouth close and your nose like this. Swallow, and you're like, you want to retch, but you swallow and you open your eyes and you see the face of this wet-toed creature, not dissimilar but much smaller than Fredo. It has its wet-toed-like hands, kind of like holding your nose and your mouth.
There
I
you
just
go.
push back. I mean, instinctively, just get away from me!
It's kind of like,
No, you need to take all.
make a strength check.
I got disadvantage because I've been unconscious.
Yeah,
So it's athletics or strength?
strength. Well, athletics, yeah.
9.
Yeah, you can't keep him away. Eventually, you are unable to not swallow, and then you swallow the whole thing. And you try to open the mouth, and then he lets you go. There we go, good boy, and kind of like slaps your forehead.
I look around. Well, I suppose I might see Violet there. as
Elizabeth.
I look at it.
you see a human with red
Oh yeah, I don't.
hair. And
I mean, I instantly go for my weapons. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
I draw my weapons.
Yeah. As you do that, this creature, faster than you can imagine it is, takes one powerful leap back about 10 feet as you are going for your weapon and grabs a spear from the wall, shunk, and kind of punches.
Like the picture.
Stay down. No weapon.
Stay away from me, you foul beast.
I make you solve. It's your friend, you say.
And looks at you, Elizabeth.
could have this foul beast saved your life?
Oh. Elizabeth, is that you?
Yes.
Oh, are you sure? I'm gonna try to squint at her to see.
I'll make an
she's not
intelligence
like
check to see if you see
someone
through the
else.
disguise. I think it's against
Well,
your
it's-
spell DC, Elizabeth.
I mean, I kind of
Yeah.
want to. I mean, in reality, my reaction would be if someone using her voice as opposed to like her disguising herself.
Yeah.
But,
I'm gonna say that because you are familiar with her voice, you can make it with advantage. The check.
I also used your name.
Well, Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. It's a 4 anyway, so I'm very suspicious.
Yeah. Well, you can definitely tell. I mean, you
Right,
recognize
she
the
said correct.
voice. It's just that the disguise, the magic, at least, yeah, you cannot. It looks real.
What happened? Where are we? What is this place? That's not the toad that swallowed me. What?
This is Werner's home.
Oh,
She
wow.
left shortly after you arrived. I thought to get Herbs to save you, but Vashk here has managed to do that on his own.
Damn it! So I missed her.
Drop your weapons.
Yeah, as I say that, I'm sheathing them.
Okay. Puts the spear back in the wall.
I'm sorry. Coda's name.
Vashk of the Bullywug. I am royalty.
Sorry, it's been a rough couple of minutes. Who are you?
Vashk of the Bullywug.
He's heir to the throne, don't you know?
Yes.
I do a little bow and very honored to meet you, Your Highness.
As you do that, he kind of like beams and stands a bit taller and like gives a big toad smile.
So you're the king of the Billywalks?
No. My
Do you
mother is
rule-
the queen.
Oh.
I am
Do you-
heir.
I must say, your king, far be it from me from undermining your sovereignty, but I think one of your subjects has been a little bit loose on the mouth action lately.
Oh, that's Alfredo. That's not Bullywug. That's Vanderhob.
Oh,
Verna's pet.
what's the difference? Sorry, I don't mean to sound offensive, but I
What's
don't
the
really
difference
mean...
between an elf and a dwarf?
That's a very
See
good
Violet's
point.
face just. Oh, not Violet. Elizabeth, no, I'm doing it. Just like,
Do you sound
actually,
the
have I
same?
ever
We're
heard of-
all a look alike.
Have I ever heard of like a
Okay,
Bullywug
make a
I mean, actually, I have heard of the other ones, the Dwarven stories.
yeah, make a history check, particular for you.
I've got disadvantage anyway. So it's my head hurts. I can't. Sorry, I mean, can't remember any of the stories, but I have heard of the Bandersnatchers or whatever they were called.
Just a reminder, I didn't use the word Banderhob either when
No.
I described them.
Yeah, it's the first time
I
you
said
hear the
Aberron.
word Banderhob, so you both can make nature checks for Banderhob.
No, but I thought you had. I thought I had. Had I not? No.
You'd heard of the stories of the Aberron.
Yeah. Okay.
But
no,
I
He's the
didn't
dwarven. He used the dwarven
Yeah, the
word.
version of the Snatcher. Yeah.
So you can both make.
24.
Sorry,
24.
24.
It was nature.
And I still got a headache, so it's a natural one.
Okay. Yeah, you are kind of like the headache is the memory is set there somewhere, but not at the moment.
Gagging, actually.
Elizabeth, the word Banderhob immediately triggers memory, and you're like, oh yes. And based on everything that Red had said about what to look out for, you realize that these Banderhobs are essentially creatures that are created or birthed, as it were, by hags, and they use them as their as body snatchers essentially. And I'm going to say that one particular thing that you would know is obviously it now starting to make sense along with the whole like jumping around and disappearing and teleporting shadow thing they have, and the legends that you had that they had previously mentioned about like snatching children and whatnot. It is because they do steal people like that. They put in the mouth, and there is something about what they have in their mouth that doesn't kill people, immediately stabilizes them, and that's how they bring people back to their hag master.
The moment of realization comes across Elizabeth's face. If you had just said the word, things would have been so much less stressful. Yes, you're in no danger, as I realize now. Well, here you are.
Well, that creature packed a big bite. Not sure if no danger is the right way to
Yes.
describe it.
I mentioned that to Vashk.
Oh, God. Well, where did it go? Have we missed Verna? I mean, this is the whole reason why we're here.
Well, I just saw Verna leave with Alfredo, going off to the east.
Was she telling him off?
She did not seem pleased. She gave him a nasty scowl as he spat you out.
Did she seem like in the stories? Did she have like things hanging over her from her head and like?
But she didn't seem
big,
that frightening at all. She looked quite a bit like me, didn't she, Vask?
Yeah, Verna. Well, yeah. I mean, now.
Yes, that's what I thought.
She looked how she wants.
Does she sometimes look different?
Yeah,
Like what?
like Auntie Verna. But different than now. She looks like this mostly. Most of the time now. Humans like it better.
How long have you known Auntie Verna?
Since I was born, I was given to her by the queen, my mother, Queen Zinka.
Why did she give it to her?
Part of the deal. Verna keeps the air.
Do you like it here?
It's good. I learn salve. I learn other potions. I learn how to be king from Verna. She teaches me things Bullywug don't think about. Like diplomacy and cultures.
Did she help you with your dams?
She does. And we help, we pay in many ingredients and small things she needs for her trade.
What does she want? What is she doing here?
Herbs and difficult to find things for remedies and magics.
Magics for what?
She sells. She heals the people up from the humans. I mean humans by, all the rest. I mean dwarves and halflings and gnomes. She works the land. She helps the land grow good for them. She helps the swamp grow good for us. She used the word environmental control.
And she finds no issue with bandits.
No, bandits wouldn't dare come here.
What does she do?
I mean, she may eat them. Sometimes we bring them, some things to eat as well. Bad things. She's good.
Trade a feast then to her.
She'll be here any moment.
At this, sorry, just to switch very quickly, Spear and Red, you arrive at Werner's hut. Karin's gone. You, Nelson, you already knew your way here. You see the familiar clearing with the overgrown hut. And as you approach the clearing, you can hear voices coming from the inside. The voice of Vashk that you had met, the bullywog that is kind of like Werner's assistant, as far as that's as much as you knew. Also, well, because he likes to talk about himself. You also knew that he is like heir to the throne of the bullywog, and a bit of the history behind that. How she's with Werner. kind of like grooming him to be a king of the Bullywug in the future or something like that. That's as far as you could surmise. And yeah, the voice is coming from inside, and you recognize Spear, Coda, and Elizabeth's voice as well. But you don't hear the voice of Verna.
Oh, look at that. Sounds like your pal's awake and everything's fine, so my coin purse stays heavy today. I'll approach the door and start like crouching. So
Yep.
open it, and as I open it, you're. I'll look around and then kind of look at Elizabeth and not Elizabeth. Oh, here. You're not Verna. Where's Verna?
She's out.
Red.
Hello. We've
The contract
little
is
boy.
void. Alfredo came on its own.
That's not true. I fed his big gob. One of these lovely people I found traveling around the swamps.
Oh, you used the trick. Clever.
Aye, well, it worked, and look at Coda. You're a little covered in slime, but no worse for wear by the looks of things.
Well, yeah, the ploy worked. Well done, Red.
Well, like I said, I had a hunch, didn't I, that if you let it get you, you'll be carried off safely home. And here you are.
Well, safely is a way of putting it.
I'm
Well,
rambling into the hut.
I'll start gagging.
The moment Vash sees you, Spear, grabs the spear.
Oh, put it down, little frog man. Right. Oh, you're
Arr!
alright. Good.
Respect. I am Vashk of the Bullywug, heir to the throne of Queen Zinka.
Here, you're talking to a king.
future king.
Sure.
I'll give like a laugh and a point at you, Elizabeth.
Just looking at Coda just blankly, like.
Hey, he's all right. This is another one that I found out in the in the swamps. He's got a wee boy with him that seems to have collapsed from, I don't know, exhaustion or fear or something. You got any of that?
Keep your hands off him, alright? I don't trust you. One of your mates just run off with Coda there, and he still doesn't look any
He's
good.
no my
It's
mate. It's
Well, you
Alfredo.
just watch your spear. I'm not happy with this whole situation. Coda, you okay? Have they done anything to you?
They shoved
this
a
lady?
fistful of herbs.
Are you Werner?
Me?
Oh wait, you
No,
sound
Spear,
familiar.
I'm not.
Who are you?
I'll do it through the spy's memo. Elizabeth.
You're Elizabeth.
Yes.
That's out loud.
I've told everybody already. I just wanted a bit more proof.
Oh, well, this is very confused. Look, Coda, Scotland. I gave him some of
What
the
happened to the
potion.
boy? Is he okay?
Well, we found him in the woods, and he was like shaking back and forth, and his eyes were black, and I don't know. He does all sorts of weird stuff. Doesn't he? Every 5 minutes, he's doing some crazy things.
I can't prepare salve.
Oh,
Well,
does it say it's half as good as the last one?
Must have worn himself out trying to save you.
Yeah, let me-
Told you that he'd be alright. I don't know why you all got so doubtful about the whole thing. Look, here he is, look. Fine. I'd touch you and then you sort of like climb off my hand. Ugh. I mean,
You heal, by the way, 9 hit points, Coda.
Oh, I was just going to ask, but
You got some before, by the way. Scone.
I'm. Scone, lad, wake up! And I start like slapping him on the face, and I cast lesser restoration as I do. Like, wake up! Come on, lad, wake up!
Sure.
You don't have any of those conditions, but I just cast it for the flavor.
A warmth blanket of magic like goes over your body, trying to remove your fear.
No, actually, it doesn't remove
Yeah,
that.
your anxiety. No, yeah.
Trying and failing.
Your paralysis.
Sure, I'll calmly open my eyes. But where am I placed right now?
You are on the ground. I assume the spear put you.
I'm just still holding him.
Oh, it's still holding. Okay, so you're in Spear's
baby.
arms.
And I'm slapping you in the face.
Cow.
And you are surrounded by this almost claustrophobic, full of stuff and big smells and kind of like stuffy hut inside of a wooden hut.
Coda? I gotta jump out of Spear's arms, look at all my surroundings.
Mm-hmm.
Frog? Is there a window?
Yeah, there are 2 windows.
Sprint to a window. Looking up at the sky. This has to be. Okay, what do I do?
Relax.
Like
Nothing's
everybody's a lively one.
What do you mean, relax? Who are you?
I'm Elizabeth.
Who's he? Why is Coda here?
This is Vash.
Can I still save him?
I'm okay. I'm okay, Scott. I'm fine.
My mage hand will slap you in the face.
Oh, what the hell do you think you're doing?
And then I will come closer. My hand will merge with my mage hand.
Careful.
And I'll slap you for real.
I'll stop you.
Just
Actually, I won't be able
stab
to
you.
stop your hand.
Told you he was a cheeky bastard. Isn't I?
I'm gonna sit down and pull out like a snack that I have in my bag and watch this unfold.
Okay.
I've seen you.
Oi, lad! I've just been swallowed by the frog. Stop hitting
Yeah,
me.
I've seen it, and then we lost our connection. So I knew it was only a matter of time, and I didn't have anything left I could do. They were getting away. I couldn't keep up. But you're not. I mean, what happened? Why are you not? Why you? Did you do something from inside? Did you kill it?
No, I mean,
Is this
I
it?
was fighting, and then the frog.
Is this him? Why is he so small now?
I am Vash.
It's a different race, not the same.
Why are we? Where are we?
We're in Verna's home,
Verna?
the hag.
He didn't say that's not Verna. So
Verna's not here.
who's he?
That's Vash.
But why?
He lives here as well. All you need to understand is what went wrong is our briefing was rather lacking. The situation
told
was
you.
this. You told us much too late, and we had no reason to believe you.
Well, I mean, that's not the briefing's fault, is
Your
it?
timing was extremely poor.
Well, you have got me there. It was pretty bad, yes. I was vastly underprepared, and you have my apologies. I mean, me and Spear here had a good chat on the slow trudge down, and swamp wasn't in our favour. It's all right for you being able to fly, but a bit thick that mud.
So I mean, what does it mean? Why are we here? What's the point? What is this?
This
Alfredo was a creature that snatches children, as you know, and set his sights on Coda and brought him all the way here to Verna.
And what does Verna want with it?
I don't know, but
Why
she
should
didn't
I
seem
be
best
here?
pleased with this action.
Basically, if I understand it correctly, Red wanted to get the frog guy that's not this frog guy to help Verna so she won't go and murder the village.
No, I didn't say that she was going to murder the village. I said that she had inquired in the village for help to recover Alfredo, and they were unable to provide such a service, so I didn't want tensions between the two parties to break down to the point that violence may or may not ensue based on the failings of that relationship. And so my services came into natural question, as to whether I could capture the beast. And then, fortune had it that I stumbled across you, and here we find ourselves now in Verna's cavern. Now, I think the burning question is, can I offer anyone a dried log worm? Hold that
Anything
leather
to get the
pouch.
taste out of my mouth of that foul thing.
Salve is
Take a
good.
handful. They're nice.
What did Verna do to your mouth?
Oh, the king here, Vash, saved my life, you could say, but the procedure was rather unpleasant.
Has he told you why you're here? What does Verna want with you? What does Verna want with him?
Verna just want Alfredo back. Verna pay red.
How much did she pay Red? If we may ask.
That's between Red and Verna.
Well, but given that I was the, what do you call it?
You're instrumental.
The worm in the hook. How do you say it? That's
Bait?
that word.
The bait.
Given I was a bait, maybe I should get a little cut on that.
May I just make this clear for future friendships? Your transportation, let's say, in the mouth of such a creature was not intentional, merely fortuitous as a happening. That is not to say I do not deserve a cut. I am just saying that my deception was not as great as to plan your engulfing into the frog's mouth.
I mean, I do understand, but I will need a certain amount of gold to wash over the stress that have incurred. I mean, obviously, I will have to drink a hell of a lot, and that's going to cost me money.
Well, Spear and I had a conversation about, the value of such things, and
Oh yeah.
and
when
I
you said
came
that
to
his
25
life was-
gold pieces as worth of your life, so too high, I told ya.
I'm going to
That's just
offer.
the value to speak.
I'm going to offer Coda my whole purse.
So as you, sorry, this opened before I
Your
could.
what? Your focus.
This opened before I could talk about it. But as you are all talking, you hear a voice coming from the door, and you see this woman in her late 30s, early 40s, as I described her before, standing there. You are all discussing, and you had not noticed at all, or she moved very quietly, and she smiles. Worry not. You'll be compensated, and I am sorry for any distress that Alfredo may have caused bringing you here. Vashk, what did I say about inviting people over without my permission? And we have quite a few here inside. And Vash kind of looks a bit flustered.
But the lady was very nice, and then obviously I saw Red coming in, and this one was unconscious, so I wouldn't let me learn behind out, and well, I don't know what to do about the big metal one.
And it's fine. Please, since you're all inside, and she walks inside, make yourself at home.
Okay, forget what I said. I didn't say that. I didn't say anything, Coda. My purse came out briefly and it went straight back.
I went to try and swipe for it. It was there.
Also, just I imagine she still arrived stealthily, but I do bump the passive perception average up now, just so we're not like a blind party.
What is your passive?
15.
15, definitely quieter than...
Yeah, no, I assume she still was, but just for future things, you can...
Miss Verna, how should we, how would you like to be addressed? Miss?
Verna
Mrs.
is absolutely fine.
Verna. It is rather unfortunate the way we came to be in your presence, but nevertheless, I am most honored to meet you.
Well, thank you. And again, I am sorry for the way you made your way to my humble abode. I shall feed you and, as I say, compensate you for your troubles.
I'm sure Alfredo is fine.
Alfredo
Is everything
fine.
all right with him?
I had a few stern words with him, and he'll be confined for the time being until he learns that we lead a new life now, and no matter how much he misses his old job, he can't go around doing what he did. It's still a new experience for him.
Yeah, apologies for the delay of his recovery. The toads that he had befriended out in the swamps made that job a lot more difficult than estimated.
Yes.
But
well, you conducted yourself with success, which is the only measure I would use.
I mean, success is a bit of an overstatement, I would say, for my involvement in it. These people here that I found their way to your abode proved more than necessary in his recovery. So it was a serendipitous encounter, let's say.
Indeed.
You should note, however, that Alfredo's friends are no longer alive.
Aye, we had to make swift work of them.
That's fine. A tough lesson that will serve to make him understand what I expect from him now. Can I interest you in a meal?
Yes, you can.
I'm all right, thanks.
I have
What
seen
is
a
it?
few of
Come on,
you.
ask.
Sorry, what is it?
What is it, if I might ask?
Oh, it's a stew from. Well, it is. I hope you don't mind. Lizard meat. It is sourced by Vashik's tribe up north. It is very tasty.
And would it be attuned to our palates?
Oh,
Trying to be sensitive.
yes,
Okay, sure.
I indeed. I have many spices that I source from Aberum, from a halfling there that is quite the spice master, and I use them freely.
Haven't got any more of that bog brew, have you, with that fermented willow in it?
I can certainly prepare that for you. The fermentation process has gone a bit further now, so it is quite alcoholic.
Oh, it packed a punch last time, so I'll be sure to keep my boots on this time.
Very well. So, please take a seat. And as she kind of like almost waves her hand lazily, and the little round table with one stool where you were sitting, Elizabeth, kind of like starts growing and extends, and it becomes a table for like 6. And the stool grows sideways in kind of like taking roots and almost like clawing roots, and then a branch going up in a flat part at the top and turns into a bench, and it's kind of like curved with the shape of the outside of the hut.
I hope you can set that back. We don't intend to stay for long.
Oh, please, take a seat. You don't have to stay for long. Just allow me to, since you are in my home, host as proper.
You could do magic too.
I can indeed.
You don't. I wasn't expecting you to look like that.
Yeah, can I inspect her disguise? That was because I'm also wearing a disguise. That was part of the thing I wanted to do.
Yep. Make an intelligence check.
I assume this is what she looked like the first time
Yep,
I met her.
yep.
Yeah. Cool.
18.
18. You see a shimmer as she turns around and walks. You can't quite poke through, but you know there is magic at work. As her face kind of like have a bit of almost like a glitch in the matrix, as it were, a bit of a shimmer, and there is a different skin tone and complexion under that, but it's just you are not able to like quite grasp it. But there's
It is similar to the magic I'm doing, I'm assuming.
yes, you can assume. Probably more powerful. You're not entirely sure.
I've heard stories of hags, but you don't have long fingers.
As you say that, she's with her back towards you, and she's kind of like steering the pot, and she kind of like slows down a bit, and you hear a quiet chuckle.
And warts, unless there's just none on your face.
So many things people hear about things they don't understand. Please don't use that word inside here.
Which one?
Hag. For it is charged with a meaning that doesn't apply to me.
I'm sorry, my friends are not very sensitive, as Vash gonna tell you.
Oh, this is just what Red told us. said you were a hag.
Hey, my apologies, Verna, but easier to communicate with. I make clear that you do right by the people of Aberon and that you're a nice lady, but road talk as it is.
It is fine. I know you mean well, boy. Otherwise, you'd be on the cauldron. It's a joke.
I'll quickly look around the table.
I don't get that joke.
It's all right, Mr. Warforged. I didn't catch your name.
Oh, hi, my name's Spear. Very nice to, be here now that Cud is alive and your frog friend didn't actually kill him. But
Yeah. So why does he snatch people? You said his old job. Why was his old job snatching people? He tried to snatch me first.
Well, I think that you may have provided the target his instincts were more familiar with.
Snatching kids.
Yes, well, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay, good enough. Sure
He
thing.
needs to put a puppy in the cauldron.
Con's gonna get us all killed one day.
I don't think I will. I think it's going to be me.
Combination of the two of you, I think.
Definitely.
The classic. The null within Genhorn connection.
I can say stuff and it's forgivable. Unlike a certain giant robot.
Wow.
But who's younger, really? In terms, well, actually, you still.
Who's more naive though?
You.
What is your intelligence sphere? Isn't it quite high because you're an eldritch?
It's just high enough.
Go +1.
We're the same.
But
Wait,
my wisdom is very low, so
Yeah, that's fine. My charisma is.
In a second.
yeah, I noticed.
It was funny when you're like, he's very rude, and I was like, for this time, I can't disagree.
There we go. Sorry. You were saying, Scon?
And I killed Joe whilst you were away.
Oh.
why did he snatch people?
The bonus that's actually king.
What's his old job? Why is he snatching kids? Why was he snatching kids?
There are things about the nature of, anyone's nature, really. They are sometimes hard to fight against, to control. Alfredo is no longer what it once was.
Well, tell that to me and Coda.
I know. I am profoundly sorry about that, and I will have a stern word with Alfredo.
Why do you keep something like that as a pet for?
Because I birthed him 80 years ago.
I do have to ask, and forgive me if this is a rude question, but everything that I've read and that I know about these, these creatures that you've clearly got a connection for, but I thought that they were quite short-lived. So 80 years for him to be in of your service is a long time.
You're as old as old man.
I magically extended its life. I could not let it go. It was the only thing that tied me to a life before this one. It is all you need to know about that. I have shared more than I care. I'm only doing this out of courtesy for the hardships you've been through in recovering Alfredo. But I prefer to keep certain things private to myself, if you don't mind.
We were gonna. He took Coda and. Well, we were gonna kill him.
No, we weren't ever gonna. I specifically
I was gonna
said.
kill him.
I thought about it. I got one point when he started trying to eat Scone. I mean, I was,
Well, that would have been very unfortunate.
It's okay. Let bygones be bygones. We're all safe now. About to share a wonderful meal prepared by the Verna herself.
Indeed. Vashk? And Vashk goes, and starts putting plates on the table after grabbing with a big ladle, massive spoonfuls of stew with little pieces of meat and whatnot, and some vegetables that are floating around, and starts bringing them all. It smells really nice. And then he brings a big clay jar and starts pouring the locally crafted liquor.
Just kind of giving Coda a bit of a strange eye on what he just said. Why are you talking like that? Is he under a charm spell? He's talking like a loved-up prince from one of them storybooks.
I'm gonna take a bite and I'm gonna. Yo, why are we so excited to meet her?
No, there are no charms at play here. I believe your bard
Oh,
here.
delicious. This is the best meal I've had in my life.
He's deploying his natural charm. And Vash kind of goes,
Yeah, he's good. He bowed to me.
Do you have a husband?
no.
Oh, what? You're not his type then.
No, I know. Well, payment then. Nelson, I believe I told you that you could have the pick of my current stock. 3 potions, 2 of the good quality and 1 of better quality.
There was mention of a certain ingredient as well. I don't want to push my luck, but is that still available? Should the...
Oh yes, I definitely have that with me as well. Yes.
Well, how about this as a fair, payment for your services rendered? You take the 2 potions of your choice and I'll just take the 1 and we'll split it like that.
Material possessions. What do I care about those?
Great
Uh,
deal.
Sorry?
A great deal.
Yeah, looking at your clothes, I would have thought that that's kind of your mainstay.
We are in the presence of a creature from the Fae with vast amounts of knowledge foretold. And we are squabbling about petty material possessions. What is this?
So what do the potions do?
These petty material possessions to help us to perform what we came here to do.
Well,
We
I'm sure
have
can
a job to
perform-
do.
Yes, and I'm sure we can perform that job.
I'm sure that we can't.
Why not? We have saved the world already. What are a few, jackals?
Heard
Few
of
too
this
many
before
jackals.
once already today. Did you guys really save the world? Because Spear mentioned it on the walk down here, and I thought he was just,
I am
Spit
very
whale.
interested too.
Oh yeah, well Coda said he wrote. Have you got the song finished? I don't know. I've not heard it yet, but he said he was writing one about it.
It's a work in progress. As most great oeuvres.
how is a bunch of people that are patting themselves on the back for saving the world, trying to dodge catching a frog in a swamp, saying that it might be dangerous?
Well, you must mix the sublime with the swampy.
Have
I
you ever heard the
suppose.
name Elias Reichsworth?
Have I ever heard the name Elias Reichsworth? Let's roll and find out. What would that be? History? Charisma?
Oof. Make
Yeah, because he's an artificer.
make an intelligence check. Base intelligence check.
21.
21. You heard the name Riceworth as a good artificer from I will tell you the name of the city in a second.
It's Aberholm, isn't it?
Aberholm. That essentially had a shop there and was quite well regarded among the artificers of the 5 cities, respected amongst the gnomes and the dwarves. So that is already an achievement as a human. But yeah, just had a shop in Aberholm and was well respected.
Oh wait, Coda, is it Aberholm? Where are you from?
Yeah,
Allenheim or Aberholm?
Aberholm.
Okay, yeah. We went to both, so it got kind of...
You were
Ah. Yeah, I was from... Yeah, that's why. Yeah, Reichsworth, he's one of them. He runs a workshop down in the 5 cities, doesn't he? He's pretty known around the artificer circle, so...
I used to work there. He was my master until he fired me.
Well, I'm sure he'll find some more work, yeah.
No, but that's the boring part. I mean, he tried to release a dark god from an ancient prison.
Have you heard the name Kadsathar?
I'm gonna look at the Fae.
Okay, make an insight check.
I'm looking at him.
Yeah.
Oh damn it!
What do I need to roll? Arcana?
So Elizabeth, you were looking at who?
Red.
Red. Okay, and you, Coda, you were looking at Verna.
At Vern. By any chance, his food was not a great restoration food, was it?
No, but Nielsen, roll Arcana,
Ooh,
and you
too bad.
two roll Insight. Spear and
That's
Scone, I don't know if you are paying attention or you just...
15 for me actually.
Watching
13
this.
and 18.
Spear with the frog with the spear.
Okay.
I'm just gonna keep rambling as you guys are doing smarter stuff.
Issue my hunter's, my blood hunter advantage on checks for creatures and stuff probably wouldn't come into this one.
No,
it's-
not this one, no.
Okay.
What did you roll, Nielsen?
I only rolled 14.
14.
So.
Yeah, it doesn't ring a bell. Coda,
Yeah.
what did you roll for Insight?
I rolled a 14 actually. 15. 13 and 18, so plus 2, 15.
Verna's eyes flicker from a moment where you realize, when she's eating along with you, and when Elizabeth mentioned the name, she kind of like looked at her for a second and then looked back at her food, almost like that split second of recognition there.
And this dark god, it like enslaved my master. He was doing his bidding and trying to release him, and we stumbled across this ancient prison, and then everything's connected. We found a map of different worlds, and he used to talk to me in my dreams, and there was eyes always watching me, and I didn't know what was real and what wasn't. And then I had to fight my friends, and my friends turned into like glyphs. And then we had to talk across multiple worlds and solve this puzzle. We totally figured that.
That is a tall story if I ever heard one. And I would say that anyone who told it just like that would be making it up if it wasn't for the fact that I know you're not lying, boy.
Well, how would you know that?
Well, let's just say I have experience in dealing with your kind. I am, after all, a hag. Am I not?
Well, you told me not to use that, but I would say yes.
Only she can say it.
Your fairness, I mean, far be it from me from assume that the tales about you are all correct, but most of them do agree that you possess a great wealth of knowledge. What do you know of this creature we face, this God Sadar?
If indeed you face it as you said, and I have no reason to believe you haven't, at least a sliver of its essence, and not the real thing, otherwise you wouldn't be standing here eating with me. It is an ancient god from before the time as we know it. A creature from before the times of the Titans. It is, at this point, what is known and what is myth and just fancy storytelling. It is hard to tell, even amongst my kind. For we're all too far removed from what came before, and what came before, and what came even yet before that. Let's just say that these ancient gods, well, they are the source of all creation. To be in the presence of one is to be in the presence of the source of everything itself. Your minds wouldn't survive it. But it is entirely possible that you were in the presence of a fragment.
Well, yeah, it was only a piece of it. We know that. But that was enough to keep him from... Oh, he was just so angry. But anyway, the prison collapsed now, so it'll be a long time before anyone finds that place again. So we're safe for now, huh?
I don't believe that for nigh on 30 years I've spent. Hunting and capturing, killing, all manner of ghosts and ghoulies and beasts and what have you across this world, and here I stumble onto people in a swamp who have fought a fragment of a god that created life. That takes the piss a little bit, doesn't it?
It is. Indeed, a tall story. Again, I have no reason to disbelieve it. The kid at least thinks he did that.
Well, here's to your success, I suppose.
Oh, he missed the bit about the lift as well. There was a lift.
What's a lift?
Yeah, I mean, I missed a lot of things, and the giant statues.
You said you had dreams, though, with 1,000 eyes looking at you.
Well, I didn't say 1,000. If you want to put a number on it, it was just a lot.
Creature with a lot of eyes could be a beholder.
Far too many eyes for a beholder.
I am curious about,
at least according to the stories,
your ability
Could be
to
two
enter
beholders.
the dream realm at your young age, and well, you don't seem like you even had the time to be trained.
Is it natural?
Sometimes it happens when I touch stuff, so I don't know, it's my fault. Just always touching stuff. I shouldn't.
Well,
Can you teach him, Werner?
oh, I could,
Well, you can go there?
but I won't. I am sorry.
You'd have to stay here as an apprentice. We all know you can't do that.
Oh, yeah, if I stick around, I mean, it'll be a few days before you kick me out.
I'd be very happy to have you as an apprentice. I demand devotion for life, though.
Are you all of it?
All of it.
Yeah. I'm quite young, so that's a long time.
And with my teachings, you could live longer than your natural life itself, so it is even longer.
Ask if you can think about it and come back in a few years, and then come back in like 30 years' time and get a much better deal out of it.
Yeah, can we put this offer on the table and can it just remain there for? I mean, there was some other stuff you wanted to do.
Rain check. Sure.
I've got another question for you.
Go ahead.
No, not for you, sorry. But we will come back to the potions soon because, you know, I'm not beyond material possessions, I'll let that be known. However, you've been around killing gods and stuff like that, so what are you doing fighting the jackals? Seems a little bit beneath us now, doesn't it?
Well, once you save the world, you need to put time into making it a better place. You know,
Saving it's the easy part.
Yeah.
I suppose that's one attitude to have, but just feels like a little bit like a coach driver's holiday.
We're just.
The material reason is we want to have a farm.
Hey, you mentioned something about cattle.
Just for the record, we don't all want a farm. But no one seems to really care about my opinion about the farm, so...
Well, you're a bit of an enigma of a bunch of people, I gotta say that. I've met some strange people in my time, but, you know, the juxtaposition between the threads of your life just seem to be vast, so...
The opportunity
That's enjoyable.
We follow each opportunity. And last time it took us towards saving the world. And that's where it led us. Now it leads us towards fighting off the jackals. Saving Zadar.
Aye, a nomadic way of life on the kind of winds of the world. I've got respect for that, I'm sure.
But might be more specific. Last time, it took us to saving a little village and facing the undead creature that protected a tomb from a vampire.
Oh, that's a little bit more in my line of work. What was the creature?
Did it have a name?
Gherkin.
Yeah,
Oh, gherkin.
A gherkin.
Yes. But it's a lot scarier than what you're thinking.
Do I know what that is? What would I roll? Nature?
Roll with advantage. Nature, yes.
Yeah. You should ask about the pay because that was a lot greater than what you're getting here.
18.
yeah, and we got sidebars
Yes.
for a cart as well.
You would know what it is. It is a type of vampire spawn. that is hands nearby settlements, and one thing they do that is pretty nasty is they transmit a very very nasty disease that can then also be transmitted from victim to victim.
You've, I suppose, I presume, check yourself out for any nasty diseases it might have been carrying during the fight.
Given what it did to the people who lived there, I think we'd be long gone by now.
Oh, my condolences to them. Nasty
Indeed.
things.
Well, they're okay now. It just so happens that doing good things can also pay well. So, I mean, it's just a bunch of easy decisions, really.
Aye, well, from my experience, a lot of small villages don't tend to have a lot of gold going around, so you've kind of got to make do with the toss-up between what's good for you and what's best to leave for them, but aye, there's good gold in it.
Have you heard the name Jonas before?
Jonas?
Jonas.
Is that one name or is that two names?
That's one name. A family name.
You know, without a roll, Red, the town of Jornes, which is right north of White Barrow, and it is famous for being essentially a town with a massive cemetery that is much, much bigger than the town is because it services the whole area around White Barrow. There are jokes that locals tell saying, oh, I gotta, going to a funeral is, you say, I'm going to Jornes, and people will say, oh, who died? Because, it's that's what you know about Jornes.
I mean, I know the place, I don't know the person. The big graveyard up a little bit north from White Barrow.
That's the place.
Sorry, I thought that you were asking whether I knew a man named Jonas.
Well, a lady, actually. But it's unfortunate. You said you knew more about vampires and such, more up your street.
Aye, as a, holistically speaking, but particular cults nearby I have not had many dealings with. Why is that something that's ongoing?
Well, perhaps there's something of interest to you then. There is something very much ongoing. It was the source of this creature that we fought before. They're trying to bring back someone, I believe.
Oh, well, I mean, if you're interested in solving the mystery and after you've gone to see your big fishy friends by the river, maybe we could take a detour. Or after you've dealt with whatever it is that you're getting your farm payment for. I'm happy to look into it if it's something that's kind of on your docket, so to speak.
Sorry. I was going to say just your fairness. I apologize, but for what I'm going to say, I don't mean to sound rude, but the cult, this group that Elizabeth is talking about, they are called the Midnight Coven. Have you heard of them?
I have not heard of this cult, but I heard the stories of the ancient lady that used to live, lord over this whole area in ancient Wenshire, if that's who you, Elizabeth, were referring to before. Are you saying there are people trying to bring her back?
Lady Dahlia Jonas, yes. Her tomb was robbed recently.
Interesting.
Sarcophagus taken.
Well.
Does she seem worried?
Yes, make an insight check.
20, non-natural.
There was definitely a frown of worry in her face. That wouldn't be something that suit me. It would overnight become the most powerful presence in this valley. And I don't like having such a powerful presence in the valley.
Well, if you'd like someone to deal with such a thing, I'm sure payment can be arranged before it becomes a problem for you.
Well, let's just say that I would provide help if needed, but it is not something I would pay for dealing with this coven. Keep in mind, I believe it is a fool's errand, and bringing her back, it shall prove far, far more difficult than whatever these people are trying to do. I hope
So,
I am not underestimating them.
if they were gonna bring her back, I mean, if you were gonna do it, how would you go about it?
Well, I don't know. I wasn't alive at the time of ancient Wenchar. Some of the knowledge from that era has been lost, most of it in fact. Only now it is being recovered. But if I wanted to do anything related to the ancient knowledge that would allow me to dig deeper into how such a creature could be brought back, I would definitely start by searching for Wenshari ruins. Lore lost to time. Anything from ancient Wenshar is valuable, for good or bad.
Like an old seat of power.
You mean like what seat of power?
Oh, there's what's his name?
Alfred.
Alfred.
Balthrith, yeah.
Alfred.
Halthrith, that's all. It is a revenant we met. Basically like a ghost elf, but he's not a ghost. He mentioned some like old seat of power up in the mountains.
Oh,
Bloody ghosts now as well. You guys have seen everything walking around just willy-nilly, haven't you?
Well,
Oh,
how
yeah, we
can
get
you
around.
see any of this stuff? You've been traveling a bit, no?
I mean, I've seen a lot of things, don't get me wrong, but I mean, doesn't jump off the path right in front of me. I gotta go looking around for it.
Well, just always take the scenic route.
I suppose.
to answer your question, Spear, yes, if you were to investigate old Wenshari important locations of political influence, obviously, if they've been looted for thousands of years now, so you need to dig really deep to find new stuff. But if there is to be found, it would certainly be where the libraries and their scholars lived.
Okay, well, I mean, libraries aren't really my area of expertise, but I guess Elizabeth maybe would know more about that, but I don't know.
I think it comes down to digging rather than library knowledge. We have to find the library.
I can do the digging, yeah, don't worry. Can't use oil to dig though. We can get some spades or something to be alright.
So what next for you, world savers, ghost friends, and vampire hunters?
I don't know. What's our priorities? I reckon jackals, and then the cultists, and then we'll see what happens after that.
We're after the jackals. Your Highness.
It's one of the reasons we've headed this way, actually. One of the reasons I was actually eager to meet you. If there was any aid you could offer.
Do you reckon we could borrow your friend?
I'm taking them to the Locathar after, as part of agreement for their help with Alfredo, so...
Well, what's your intention when you mean dealing with the jackals? Are you
There are a
trying
few-
to remove them?
There are a few bad eggs amongst them. And we just wish to remove those.
I wouldn't disagree. Do you intend then to tip the scales of power towards The Mithril Duchess?
I suppose so. In power, I don't know where it will go. I imagine, yes, we would be favoring them in this case, but really our goal is good.
Very well. I wish you luck in your endeavors. I strive not to, well, enter into mortal political affairs.
But is there anything you could tell us? I imagine you see a great many things.
Well, I could tell you that the fort nearby, held by Bagai Webb and his wife Mora, if you're looking for rotten apples, then yes, I will start there. And they're encroaching uncomfortably close to areas that I consider my domain.
So perhaps it's in your interest outside of politics to help us.
Yes, but I cannot offer direct help. There are things that bind me.
The odds are stacked greatly against us at the moment. So any aid you can offer would be greatly appreciated. We're going to the Lochth after this for a bit more aid if possible. We have gathered what information we can, but we don't have enough yet.
Yeah, that bug-eyed web is certainly one to get rid of if you're looking for people to remove. Even I've heard of him. Just off the top of my head, could you not send Alfredo in? Is that not well within your power, Werner?
I fear, no, not against the fort. I fear it would be slain.
A creature like that in the night time very easily get through the windows, but I understand why you wouldn't.
You need to understand. There are impediments with me getting involved directly. Impediments that would threaten my time on this plane. It is not about will. It is about something far deeper than runs in the very same Fey blood that gives me my power. So it binds me. I cannot help you.
So then, unrelated, what could you tell us to win the favor of the Luchtha?
Knowledge I can provide. When you say that, Vash goes, "Whoa."
Yeah, deliberately not looking at him.
They mention they won't look at the help. No.
And keeps eating more stew. The Lokatha here are interesting. Did you know there are saltwater creatures? Well, they are. And yet they thrive in the small colony they have here in a set of underground caves they call Riptide Grotto. Somehow they managed to pool salt water into those caves and keep a system stable so that salt water doesn't pour into the river and the river doesn't pour into the caves. They are using some kind of magic to create that environment for them where saltwater, ocean, flora and fauna grows. I believe they have some kind of powerful artifact that allows them to do that. Pretty sure they're using some kind of plain magic to channel the salt water into that area. But something has changed recently. I know for a fact they are struggling. There have some political conflict going on. There are factions, as with every civilization. I would say, I would recommend that you, well, you approach the bullywogs. They are enemies of the Locathar, but you may learn much from them. At least in exactly what is the struggle there. And I'm pretty sure whatever the Locathar can help you with, the bullywog can help you too. I strive to keep a controlled environment where everyone can thrive here. Any instability bothers me.
Why are they enemies?
Well, the bullywog want to flood the lands around both banks of the river, create more swamp so they can thrive and expand. The Locathar cannot allow that, for it would endanger their colony that relies on their water shaping magic.
Do you know how many fish strong this Locathar colony is? How many are in their ranks as a force?
I would say
Not aggressive, just as a population.
probably no more than 3 to 350. I know that they keep their population under control, for they cannot venture too far beyond the saltwater cave they keep. So they keep their population under strict control.
That's still a lot more than I thought. I mean, I've had a few dealings with them, but only on the surface. I thought maybe there was 20, 30 tops. But
They are proud hunters with a pride tradition. Back in the ocean where they belong, that's how they thrive, in the vast expanses of the sea. Here, well, I think they farm mostly. They create this coral inside the saltwater caverns, and they farm flora and fauna, so the traditions are becoming weaker in terms of hunting. Although I can tell you the name of their queen is Barnacle. She's a hunter.
So, I mean, where are these? This is just gonna make it really long. The bullywogs, where are they?
Let me mark you on your map where you can find either group.
Oh, thank you very much. Do you like my map? People have been commenting.
It is a lovely map.
So... Oh, thanks.
hey, where did you get such a fine quality map?
Oh, I made it myself.
Well, that's a good talent you have for map making there.
Yeah, well, you know, when you're wandering around by yourself a lot, you need something to keep you busy, you know. So
I thought you were with these guys, meeting up ghosts and shards of gods and...
oh yeah, but that's only been like the past 2 weeks or something. Before that, I was just kind of, you know, wandering around, going up to Zadar, and then a bit further north of that, to that other place I forgot the name of.
Nakir.
Oh yeah, Nikir. No, what's north of Nikir though?
Oh. That's that deserty place, isn't it?
Zabarash.
The voice in my head, Zabarash, that's the one. Yeah, I've been up there, you know, just meet some different people and stuff, you know.
I
Don't know
never
what to
made it
do
that
with
far
myself,
north.
so.
Don't trust the sand.
Well, it's alright, just gotta watch out for like scorpions and spiders and snakes. But they don't really seem that bothered by me though, generally. So, you know, mostly other people. I don't know, maybe they want to eat them or something.
But the rest of your kind, not friends with other warforged walking about. Yeah, I've seen a few in my travels, but you know, you're
I mean, there's
talking
a
about
few
being
of us
on your
around,
own.
but yeah, I mean, they don't really hang out much. They just kind of, everyone sort of went their own way, find their own place, I guess.
Aye.
And look at you, you know, you said you're a hobgoblin, yeah?
Aye.
Well, I mean, I don't really see a lot of hobgoblins around you by yourself, so
No, nor do I, to be honest with you. I mean, they keep to themselves a bit up in the mountains, but yeah, they're a bit of a, they have dealings, but since the wars and stuff, I think they're a little bit more sheltered maybe than need be.
well, I mean, each to their own, you know. Quite happy on this adventuring lack with these three so far. Had some fun little travels, and one day Scon's going to teach me how to fly, but apparently not today. So, actually, while I'm here, excuse me, kind lady, would you be able to teach me how to fly?
No, unfortunately, but I can concoct a potion that would allow you.
Oh, brilliant! Yeah, that'd be wonderful.
Yeah, you could just cheat your way to flying.
Oh,
Out of the stipulated payment agreement, is that one of the two or the singular potions?
That would be the singular one. It's more powerful. Expensive ingredients.
Aye, hard luck there, pal. Give you a pat on the back and take a drink.
so agreed then. That sounds brilliant. Thanks very much for your help with the potion. We'd really appreciate that. So is it like a permanent thing that lasts forever then?
No. Only for about an hour.
Okay.
But you can hover.
Oh, that sounds pretty cool. What if, say, I was to get hit or something? What would happen then?
If what?
What would happen if I was like get hit by an arrow or was flying or something like that?
Well, if you stay unconscious, you would fall. Otherwise, you would stay aloft. Well, as long as you keep your consciousness.
I'll take one.
Well, if you need to buy it, it is not cheap.
Oh, I thought you were going to give it to help us with the situation with the jackals.
Well, make a persuasion check.
With super disadvantage.
Hey, I already did -1. 7.
Best I can do is heavily discounted from its normal price to only 200 gold pieces.
How about this for a suggestion? Instead of a discount, and instead of the 2 smaller potions, we bundle all that together, and as payment for their services, you give them one of them potions and myself another.
Yourself another what?
Of the same quality. Not flight necessarily, I think that may be a little bit reductive on one such as myself, but...
Yes. The potion of flying is actually of even higher quality. I was just trying to extend my help, but yes, if you want to exchange the good quality potions, the 2 ones, for the potion of flying, I will do that. Is that agreeable?
I mean, son, you guys, that's your payment for services rendered.
Yeah,
Aside.
it'd be great if we didn't have to just, walk everywhere. We could all just fly.
Well, it's only one time, isn't it? But I don't know. Coda actually.
Make that hour as productive as possible.
Coda was mentioning about a potion the other day. Actually, he had a potion idea first, so.
You're muted.
You're muted.
I said nothing about potions.
You were mumbling on the other day about some sort of potion to make you like like more ferocious in battle or something?
No, that was just a passing flight of fancy.
Okay.
You don't have anything that could render me invisible for a short time? Or is that too powerful a...
One second.
If there's something I've learned from all of this, it's that I'm not quite as quiet as I could be. My knees have started to crack a little bit. So
It won't help you keep quiet, will it?
no, but people
Fine.
seem to shrug off things if they can't see the noise.
Let's just say, make a persuasion check, Red.
Ooh, -1.
I like how
Both-
Spear and Red are both persuading with -1 to get free stuff.
Well, take my 17.
She kind of like smiles. Very well. I can give you a potion of invisibility as your payment.
Much appreciated. It was a pleasure doing business with you.
So a potion of invisibility and a potion of flying. Is that your final ask as a reward?
I have but a question, if you may, your Venus. You don't happen to, in all your travels and visitings around the world, to have heard of the name Amalia, sorry. Nerwingle.
I'm afraid I haven't, no.
Oh. And you see Koda kind of goes a bit crestfallen. Oh well, it was worth a shot.
I'm sure it was. Now I'm curious. Who is this person you seek?
So am I. I do not know the answer to that.
Do you only have a name?
Well, I have another name, but the other name I know full well since he was my master.
Oh,
You might have heard of him. Jebedi Lefret,
Jebedi Lefret.
Master Ukulele East.
I may have heard of him, yes, or at least his art. I haven't been to the 5 cities, even though I know people from there. I've always been in this valley for as long as I can remember. I believe he passed.
Indeed.
And yet, there's something, I don't know, a tingling behind my ears. Almost
You
as I
mean-
said he passed, it ringed not true. I cannot
Yes.
speak a lie of such matters.
You think he's still alive?
Not alive, no. Changed.
Elizabeth?
If he does that, his ukulele, good luck finding him.
I must show you this. Your Highness. This is my master's instrument, and I pull out the ukulele.
As she looks at it, her eyes widen a bit. Elvencraft? Ancient.
From inside my mug, you hear me mutter, "Not one for a material possession."
May I?
I look at her like slightly worried, and I just, yeah, of course. like and gingerly pass her the ukulele. And I mentioned Elizabeth was obviously she's a master arcanist and took a look at it, and apparently it cannot be found. It has some kind of enchantment that conceals it.
Indeed, and a very powerful one. I could not find it if I wanted, which makes this a very interesting thing. And there's more.
Don't tell me my master isn't an instrument, please.
I wouldn't know, to be honest. He has a very powerful ward that prevents any tampering. There is something very powerful protecting the magic of this instrument. And it is beyond my ability even to understand exactly how to break it. Only thing I can tell you, well, you mentioned all Wenshari ruins before that were of interest to you. Perhaps you will find answers in such places. There is something inside it, a presence, and it doesn't want to be found.
Well,
Mightn't I take a gander at such a thing? Is that alright with you? I'll wipe my hands like on my jacket. On the fur, like ruff I have.
I pull out a soap that I have.
Fragile.
That's your soap.
Very well. Wash my hands with the soap. I'll spit on them, and then I'll take the soap and I'll like, use that to get a lather going.
Do you play Red?
Not a ukulele, no. And then I'll... But, if you'll excuse me one moment, and I'll stand up and I'll walk to the door where my pack is, and I'll open it up, and I'll pull out a dulcimer. A dulcimer? I don't know how it's pronounced.
Oh no, that's
That's a whirly-durly.
Yeah.
A dulcimer is sort of like a long,
Yeah.
like a lap guitar almost.
Mhm.
And I'll pull that out. I
You have a heard it.
How to
no, I don't have a hurdy-gurdy. I got a dulcimer.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
So yeah, it's like a big, sort of like a long lap thing. Don't know how best to explain it better than that. Sort of like this shape. Woo! And then it's strings, and you sort of play it like on your lap, a bit like a lap steel, but
No,
not quite as refined maybe as the ukulele, but you know, good for my big hands.
Oh, in that case, you're familiar with how to treat a stringed instrument. Please have a look.
Put the dulcimer down and just inspect that. I'll just do an arcana check on it. Just as I'm intrigued by
on the
all this
ukulele.
stuff. Yeah,
Mhm.
nothing amazing. 13. I rolled pretty
13. All you can tell it appears to be of really good craftsmanship and old, but you don't find anything special about it beyond that.
bad. It's very well made, I can tell you that much.
It's been around for a while.
Aye, looks old to me. Well, you know, maybe around the campfire we can have a little bit of a musical session.
That would be lovely. It's been a while. I mean, I try to get Scon to play his face, but he keeps...
His face?
He's not bad, but he sometimes just keeps skipping a bit.
Yeah, I don't want to do that anymore. I don't feel like we've evolved from being a traveling band.
You need to practice, lad. How are you going to get better otherwise?
Well, I mean, I could do cooler stuff than that now. You see what I could do.
I'm not saying you cannot do amazing things. You can speak to slaver of gods and keep them at bay, of course. But you might want to make music too. You also have to practice.
Well, what if I know? Why don't you give me a string and I can put it on my boomerang?
It's not a terrible idea.
Is a mini an instrument that's just a one string held between two pieces of wood?
It would pretty much, I guess it would keep us locked into a couple of keys, but we could start with that, and then as he gets better, we can add an extra string to it. The boomerang already has that shape. That would mean the strings are tense at different lengths, and
Yeah, well, you're right. If you could attach these shurikens to one on each end.
I don't know if it's just me, but you seem to like flop between different things. Like it's like, oh, we're gonna have a farm. Oh, we're gonna start a musical band. Oh, we're gonna. I don't know what the next thing's gonna be, but I mean, can we just sort out the jackals first, and then we can, come back to this later? I don't know.
I mean, you don't just because you're on a mission doesn't mean all the conversation has to be about that mission. You get really tired real quick.
Sure, fine, whatever. Is there do you have like a pond or something outside I can just wash all this mud off in?
Of course. Go around the orchard, and there's a little pond there that, Vash here uses to bask.
Oh, bro, sounds good. Thank you very much. Excuse me. I'll stand up and go and find that pond.
What is he washing for? He hasn't sorted out the jackals yet.
Spear, as you go around, make a perception check.
15.
15, that's pretty good. You see, as you walk around, something that catches your eye. There is this orchard in the clearing, but near where the edge of the forest starts, around the other side of the hut, essentially, there is this pond, and there are fronds and water lilies, and it is beautiful. There are little toads and full of tadpoles. But on the other side of it, you see what appears to be two slightly crooked, very, very old tombstones.
Kind of wander over.
Okay, you wander over there. They are engraved, and you can definitely tell that the rain and the wind and the mud they have eroded the surface a bit. This is definitely something very, very old. But you see there, both tombstones have the same writing on it, and it says, "To my sister, rest in peace." Exact same one, and one next to each other.
They look very old, but they look like recent, like the ground and stuff. So they're quite old, like there's flowers growing.
Yeah, no, it looks very old. Like exactly, yeah. The ground has overgrown it, and it doesn't appear that it had been disturbed recently or anything like that. You can make a nature check if you wish.
Eight.
Yeah. You can't quite tell with that roll the carbon dating of it, but yeah, it's old.
Cool. I go and get the pond, one like wade in, deep, like probably to my waist, and just kind of shake around a bit and
okay. So
clean the mud.
Okay, you start washing. Inside, what's going on inside?
Are we taking a break soon as well? Sorry.
Yes, I don't know how long you want to take this scene, or you want to take a break now, and we can pick it up from here still.
We can wrap up this scene, right?
I mean, you can keep going. I'm not kicking you out of Verna's hat if you want to spend the whole session here.
Well, I think we should get going then. It's been a wonderful luncheon. Maybe we should decide who we're going to visit, if the Locathar or the Bullywug.
Well, I don't know. Verna said we should go to the Bullywug, so
I think it'd be best to decide along the way when we're not near so sensitive ears. I gesture towards Ashk.
He's washing the plates.
If we visit the Bullywug store, it'll be good to say that we have met the great king in waiting, Bashed, and he saved my life. Actually, no, maybe they want something in return for that.
Saved his life.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed a bit weird for them to want payment for that, but
Well,
I'm happy to go with you wherever it is that you want to go.
So that was my next question. What are your plans, Red?
I mean, I don't have plans. I've never had plans. I haven't had plans for years. Much like yourself, I've just kind of been rolling about, taking up whatever it is that life kind of throws my way. So, given the few weeks Spear has regaled me with, given his time in your company, I thought maybe I'd stick about for a bit, if that's fine with yours, and, see if such adventure and opportunity blows my way as well.
Yes, well, I imagine your skills should become very valuable if we decide to investigate Lady Jonas.
I mean, that's got me, salivating a little bit, I must say. That sounds like quite an interesting opportunity, but I don't want to step on your toes. So,
So you
if
might
that's
be able to lend a hand with the jackals.
Aye, I mean, sure. I know how much of a pain in the arse they can be around this parts, and it seems like you're doing a smart thing and taking out the bad ones, like you say. So, I'm happy. Different kind of monster, certainly, but a monster nonetheless.
That is fortuitous.
So, yeah, I mean, happy to stick around if you'll have me. Scarly is a good company, but not one for conversation.
Well, there's a couple of cows in it for you if you help us take out the
I've never
jackals.
seen myself as a farmhand, to be honest with you, but I might be convinced. Getting on in the years now, so have to settle down sometime, or in a grave or otherwise.
Well, actually,
No, I don't.
now things are start thinking about it.
Well, you've got
Well,
plans
we
to
can
put me in a
discuss it
grave.
later, but we can talk about this later. But yes,
Sure, I suppose all that's left then is the payment. 2 potions and 1 essence of thunderstorm, if you have it, Verna. Then we can pack up and be on our way, settled and happy as cows in a field.
She brings a little bottle that almost looked like a storm in a bottle. As promised. And may I say, because I can now consider yourselves friends of Verna, this has been a lovely afternoon. Well, evening. It is late at night now. If you ever need material components, crafting materials, anything of a magical inclination, potions, herbs, things for your spell crafting, as I can definitely tell, there are quite a few of you that of the magical inclination. Verna's hat is always available.
You wouldn't happen to have ink, would you?
Ink. I do.
Magical ink.
Oh, you mean for transcribing spells?
Yes.
Yes, I make it myself.
Any to sell, perhaps? Sorry to keep us here, but I just thought of it.
Oh no! Take your time. And I'm holding the bottle that's got like the mini storm in.
I
Just
do.
kind of marveling at it.
I source some of the ingredients from the local boulevard. I do have now 6 units, if you like.
Right. I don't have that much money, unfortunately. But I would happily take 4.
Very well then.
My
How
plan at this
much
point-
per unit?
50 gold pieces.
Let's make that 5, and we'll consider
Make
it.
it 6.
Yeah. First comes back out.
And my scimitar.
And I shall consider that my contribution to your help with this situation
I
and
shall be.
ongoing situations.
Very well
Well,
then.
very grateful.
She stands up.
I expect to be paid back, Elizabeth, of course.
Of course.
She stands and goes back to the back of the hut where there is a door. She opens it, and you see shelves just stacked full of stuff in that the back room of the hut. And she comes back with a kind of like, almost like it's like a leather rectangular piece of cloth, and it has like little leathery kind of like holes, kind of like embroidered into kind of like sewn into it, and then the ink is in little tubes. I sell it like this. You will have to probably put it in some more adequate container for use, but it is very good for traveling, and it kind of like folds the cloth so all the little tubes are inside as a big kind of like tube.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much.
I restock on things normally every other week. It takes some time to craft stuff. You took quite a lot from my stock today.
I get out my little small leather pouch and start pouring out gold until it's like considerably less full. Here. I'll just push them across the table.
Okay.
That should suffice for one, certainly.
I'll give you the other 50.
Wait, wasn't Koda giving the other 50?
Yeah, I already have. It's gone.
Oh, okay, well,
Are you paying Elizabeth's debt? So now Elizabeth owes you instead.
I'm just pretty slow at counting, I guess. And others are fast. I'm still there counting the gold.
Come back in from the pond. Oh no! Don't take money from Scon. They man like interest and all sorts on you.
Maybe
Terrible.
count.
Like a loan shark. He's awful. Did we get the flying potion thing in the end?
Yeah, you got the potion of flying, the potion of invisibility. So you get and then 6 units of magical ink. 300 gold worth of magical ink. Anything else? Material components, incense, herbs, crystals, gems. Check your spells.
Yeah, I'll get some. I'll
Actually,
get some whatever I need for Find Familiar, just in case I need that again.
You need, you can buy from her. She has
10 gold P. Yeah, I'll
how much you want?
just one use. is
One
fine,
use, 10 gold
gold.
pieces. Okay. So write down Find Familiar incense in your inventory, 1 unit, just so you can remember to keep track of it.
sorry guys, this scene keeps getting longer and longer, but just remember something that I have to ask about.
That's fine.
Go for it.
Tom is dying. I'm going to rummage in my pack, and then whilst I'm doing this, I'm going to say, Verna, I trust that we have established trust.
You
that's-
trustworthiness. Trustworthy.
Very trusting, yes, trustworthy, all of it. And I look around at Red, give him a meaningful stare. Actually, I don't even know if Elizabeth knows about this. And I'm gonna gingerly pull out the diamond from the bag.
She looks at it, opening her eyes.
And I'm going to show just, we got this from the depths of the mountain as a thanks from a Myconid colony.
That's a mighty gift.
Just indeed. Obviously, you might be aware that in human society, this kind of materials are very much sought after and controlled. So I've been a bit wary to try to appraise it. Perhaps you could take a look at it and see what its value might be.
Of course.
This is a short rest, by the way, right?
Yes, this definitely counts as a short rest.
Roll some hit dice.
She takes it. Well, I would place its value at 800 gold pieces.
So,
It is a rare piece indeed.
I don't want to brag, but as I mentioned, my uncle runs a jeweler shop, and as such, I can also appraise such an item. If you want me to give a second opinion, I'll start rummaging around and get out like my little jeweler's.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, set of glasses with like
sure,
different loops.
sure.
Toot, 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 toot. Roll for it. Intelligence and proficiency.
That's another 14. Fourth of the night.
You feel that it's around that range. It certainly feels like it is a good piece. It is not the best that you can get. You know that the very, very high quality diamonds and bigger and more pure are really, really expensive, but this one is a good piece.
Yeah. I'd say she's probably on the money with that one.
I could buy this off your hands if you wish. I'll pay
Sure you.
1,000 gold pieces.
It is a very generous of you, Your Highness. But as I'm sure you understand, there are some arcane pieces of magic that require this type of component, and who knows? Hopefully, it will never come to pass. But maybe if we need such a thing in the future,
Yes,
it would be good to
the
have.
binding of the soul. Well, if you're gonna be going around killing ancient gods, vampires, ghosts, Myconids too now, you'll certainly need it.
Red, would you be able to work on this diamond as well?
Would they be able to what? Sorry, work with the diamond?
Work on it, as in like divide it.
I mean, I can cut it if that's what you're asking. I've got some tools in here to do the job.
That's good to know. I mean, I don't think we have to do anything right at the moment, but unless, Elizabeth, you are in need of this kind of material.
It's so drastic yet.
Sorry?
Nothing so powerful and drastic yet, no.
I mean, what we should probably do it just in case. I mean, you might lose it. Then if you cut it up,
Just
at
as
least...
a point of note, if you use it, for instance, for a spell that requires 300 and it's not split, it will consume it.
It uses the whole
It
thing.
uses the whole thing.
Right.
So if you want to make sure that you have it split in whatever quantities you want, you have to split it beforehand.
Okay. Well, we'll work on it when. I suppose this will take some time, but yes, Red, if
We could turn it into a long rest. You want?
I mean, it is already the evening, but I do not want to push
It
our
must be
host.
it was quite comfortable in here.
I would prefer if you slept in your own arrangements, whatever they may be as travelers. It is a small hut.
Do you mind if we put some tents in the garden?
Or towers.
You are welcome to do so.
Oh yeah, we can have towers. Will towers be all right? Elizabeth, can we have towers?
Yes.
Oh, I love towers.
We have a tower with like a specially dedicated like diamond cutting workbench.
Not with the tools, but otherwise, yes.
You got the tools, Red?
Oh, I have my jewelers in my bag.
Okay. I guess.
Jewelers, like a rhyme.
Yep.
Jewelers jokes.
Strong.
That's why we
Very
didn't get
strong.
it.
Best ones.
Well, I guess that decides it then. We'll just plonk a tower in your garden.
I try not
Some
to ruin
diamonds.
any of my orchard. If you are doing any kind of magic to plonk a tower, as you say, do it in a safe area.
We'll head a little bit down. We've still got a bit of time to travel this evening, haven't we?
Very well. And do keep me upraised. Well, if you are able to send messages by magical means about your adventures, I feel now that it will be interesting to keep tabs on your, well, exploits.
Should be very interesting if you could tell us something new.
I shall,
Should you not find yourself conflicted.
indeed.
Who knows, Verna? Perhaps one day we might even be neighbors.
Perhaps. This has been very pleasant.
Yeah, we've milked this enough.
It's just, I can't say goodbye. This is always the same. It's been ages
Slams the
saying
door.
goodbye.
I wish you safe travels and success in your endeavors. And I hope to see you soon. Red, it's been a pleasure doing business with you.
Yeah, same. Well, it all worked out in the end, didn't it? So, with that, I shall take this bread and take my leave. I'll grab a piece of the bread from the table.
As you start filing down, it is now closed night. It is like super dark.
I don't want to roleplay as such, but does she have like a jug or something I can buy or borrow? or
well,
something
sorry?
like that? Like a not a jug, like a something to put the oil in that Red's got, like a vase or like a bottle.
Yeah, with a stopper.
a container.
Like
Yeah.
yeah, but what size do you want? Like a small one, right?
How much oil is it?
I think that
Oh, it's like a quartz or something?
I think a
That's-
flask is a flask is about
Yeah, it's 1 quart.
is 1 quart,
The oil, the amount, sorry, from the alchemy gem.
and the barrel is 40 gallons.
It's like a liter basically. Okay.
And it's like
So a quart seems to apparently be just under a litre.
yeah. So is 1 gallon is 4 quarts. So I mean so an old barrel.
So the flasks that they sell are 1 pint, which a quarter.
Why?
Who's writing these rules?
Okay, I'll have 2 flasks then.
2 flasks.
Oh yeah, 2 flasks.
Flask.
Yeah, it's 1
Yeah.
pint. Okay, 2 flasks. There we go.
Cool. I don't know if she want any money for that. I don't know, but
Gonna get that one that's measured in weight soon.
Flask only costs
Quite expensive, aren't they? Flasks?
2 copper pieces.
sure.
She'll give them to you. She said, "You can take these 2." She goes outside and grabs 2 flasks where she had put like some flowers and just pulls the flower out and gives you the. Okay. Okay, so you leave. You make your way northeast, I assume. Then, where are you going?
Yeah.
Okay, you start making your way northeast as the night closes, and then you put up your towers, or tower singular.
I'll double tower it tonight.
You double tower it.
So yeah, I'll have 2 towers.
Okay,
One
last
will
thing
have,
before the break, the layouts.
top floor on the tower I'm going in is going to be like a private bedroom, just single bed with a desk there as well for me to do my writing because I need to do some spell learning.
Yeah.
Then downstairs, it's basically the one that they first saw, so it's the living room with the sofa and the chess table.
Yeah.
And then the other one will just be like bunks, just like 2 bedrooms.
Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. So you spread across both towers. So and you sit to rest for the night. I assume there will be some diamond cutting and some spell scribing. The spell scribing, you do it, Elizabeth. You discount it and manage it however you want. You don't need to roll for any of that. And then we'll sort out the gem cutting that you want to do after the break, Nielsen.
All right.
Okay. See you. I'm gonna need about half an hour.
Cool.
It's gonna be a short time after the the second half of the session will be short because this one's long.
Yeah, we're still planning to stop at 9, right? I'm just sorting out my food.
Yeah. It's just that I need to feed Alba and then calm her down again before.
Yeah, no, that's
So I'm
absolutely
gonna
fine.
need about
I'm
half
just,
an hour.
Just because we
Maybe-
had an hour longer this
Yeah.
side of it.
Yeah. Okay. See you.
Cool.
All right, in a bit.
See you in a few.
Welcome back. Today, in today's episode of Verna's Hat, you leave, you put up your towers, and you start scribing your spells. Elizabeth, just out of curiosity, ping me on Discord, in private, the ones you copied. Curious. And are you gonna do anything with the diamond, Nelson? In as you set up in the second tower along with Coda, the diamond is revealed to you. It is in a velvety pouch that Coda had kept quite hidden until now.
Just to clarify, I mean, we only just met Red, so I'm going to observe the whole procedure and keep a wary eye.
Just to see if they don't do the classic, dust on the side. Oh yeah, I could only get this bit. It's like a bunch of dust.
Did you want me to do that tonight? Today? I mean, I can do it whenever. I had a few things in mind that I've been working on. That if it's not pressing, I prefer to get on with. But if needs be, I can do this for you.
No. There is no rush. You can pursue your own interests, and when you can spare the time, we can. Unless Elizabeth, you seem to be glancing at me as if.
I'm just curious as if you know how to use it.
If I know how to use it.
The diamond. You want it for some spell, but I don't know why you could do that.
No. But I have heard. I mean, diamonds are, as I'm sure you know, a precious commodity. That's
indeed.
So yes. I mean, I thought it. Obviously, now that we know what it's worth, we can make sure we split it. So if it was to become a necessity at some point, we can use it. But no, in answer to your question, I know not of any spells that require such a thing. For now.
So
I'd make this
just to clarify, in terms of rules, sorry for interrupting. Every resurrection spell uses diamonds. Every non-resurrection spell that uses diamonds uses an alternative thing instead, because of my special rules around diamonds, as we know. Except because there are spells like Stone Skin that use diamond and non-detection, those don't use diamonds. The only non-resurrection spells that still uses diamond is Clone, which is an 8th level spell.
Looking at you, Elizabeth.
When we get there.
And it uses 1,000 gold pieces diamond that is consumed. The reason is because it's also manipulating the essence of life to clone. Yes, go on, just so you know.
Okay. Do we know the values of what the resurrection spells?
Yeah, of course
require,
you do. Yeah. As part of understanding how resurrection works, you know that.
Okay.
So you know that Revivify is 300 gold pieces, and Raise Dead is 500, and Resurrection is 1,000.
Okay. Well, given that we have a diamond of 800 gold pieces, we should split it clearly in a 500 piece and a 300 piece. And if one day we need, hopefully that won't come to pass, but that makes sense, no?
Absolutely.
Oh, well, if I ever, go, just leave me. I'll be.
What are you talking about, Spear? What's this all about?
Well, I mean, came into this world for war. Whatever reason I got out for, there's no point in bringing me back, really, is there?
Have you been reading about nihilism now?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's whatever there is. I mean, there's obviously some kind of gods and stuff out there that do things, and whether there's a god for Warforged or whatever, I don't know. But
well, maybe that god put these diamonds in our path.
Maybe
so we can bring you back.
Maybe, but I don't know. Maybe like if there was like a soul somewhere, and it was put inside me for like me to be here, maybe it like would move on to somewhere else to the next thing. I don't know.
I think if you're all talking about being brought back, the first thing to consider is that none of you is a cleric, so, and it's probably going to be quite hard to find one in the in all this darkness out there should anything happen soon, so.
Well, we hope. I mean, if we do have the time, Stu, and we can find the cleric easier.
I am not averse to cutting them up for you, but yeah, I can do it any time. What you're asking for is simple enough, so.
It's gone to sleep.
I don't know. Up to you.
Yeah, you just sleep and I can eat.
Okay.
You're
All right,
right there.
yes. No rush then, Red. You can. We can do this another time.
Well, you have my word that I will get to it. But if there's no rush, then I can get to start on some other things. And I'm going to pull out my tools and the essence of that I got from Werner.
Mhm.
And then I will start trying to craft with that, Lucas.
Yes. So
Forbid.
you are crafting.
So I need to make an intelligence.
Yeah, with
check.
proficiency, please.
Do. I accidentally left my character sheet. There we go. Intelligence plus proficiency, so we are on 3, so that's not a good start. 10.
10. Okay. Just to confirm, you are trying to craft the.
The thing we talked about, I can type at you now.
Yes, type it for me.
Wind chimes.
Can I help? Because I have very steady hands.
Okay. So,
Oh wait, I typed 2 in a completely random chat.
yeah. Like, I had that whole section of campaign 3 closed, and then it suddenly reappeared. Shut up, Alexa.
Spear, you're doing it again.
So,
a reminder.
you start and you do some progress with that roll, but you are not. It will take you some more time. So mark one, somewhere, one unit of progress.
Cool.
Okay.
What you doing there, Red?
You see him.
Let me ask
You see him. Well, if you want to describe it, Nelson, go ahead. You see him working on a piece of cloth at the moment, as far as you can tell. But yeah, go ahead,
Yeah,
Nelson.
got like a big leather sheet, and I'm sort of trying to dip my tools in the essence almost, like infuse them with what's in the bottle, which as Lucas describes like a small thunderstorm, and then trying to sort of hammer in and work at the leather a little bit. I'm having a wee tinker with something I've been coveting for a while, but not had the resource to be able to make. And thanks to Verna's contribution, I can finally get to work on it.
Oh, so you make stuff?
I dabble a little in it. Yeah, I made the jug, for instance. That's one of my, not inventions, obviously. They're quite well known, but
So what can you do with this? And I hand him the Fayfly. Can you make this brighter anyway?
Maybe you could probably put some kind of magic in there to replicate spells that would make things bright if you needed.
Oh, it is a light thing. Look, light and it. So, but I just want it's like, but brighter, like more light.
Do I think I could make it brighter?
So let me check 1 second.
I'll do a flat int roll in the meantime. I rolled 26.
So this one has the light is the light spell. Okay. You think you would you could probably make it stronger, make it brighter, bigger radius. You currently don't have the materials to work on it, though.
Okay.
You would need some. You think you would need some infused keronite, the bright white moon. Bright blue moon.
I mean, it's nicely crafted, this, isn't it? But yeah, I think if you had the right materials, you could probably amplify the glow somewhat. But I don't have any keronite on me at the minute to do that with.
Keep an eye out for keronite. Can you draw me a picture what it looks like?
Is it not what's inside you? I thought the Warforged had a. You've got like a power reserve, no, inside you, from my limited understanding.
Oh, this. Tap my chest.
Yeah.
This is get.
Big chunky
This is
piece
keronite.
there, very, very well cut.
Aye, yeah, that's the one. Similar to what Scary runs off as well. So any of that,
Oh.
not from yourself, because I mean, don't think it's quite worth the trade-off. But if we
Okay,
come
I th-
across any, I could put it to use.
Brill. All right, I'll keep a look at it then. Thanks.
Hey, yeah, happy to lend my services where applicable. Oh, do you want that oil in your flasks before day's end?
Oh yeah, here we go. Just hold the flask on.
Get the jug out my bag and pour into you. 2 flasks.
Okay, so you got
He doesn't need
2
property.
full flasks of oil now.
Harvest all the gem hearts from future Warforged that we meet.
Goes from dark mission to kill all the other Warforged.
Gemicide.
But then at the end of it, I'll have like a light that like, has like 1,000-foot
You
radius.
basically, your end game, you become a sun.
You're trying to hammer the lightning into the leather. Is that what you're trying to do?
Ah, in layman's terms, yes. That's a good
Well,
easy
thank
way
you.
of putting it. Infusing the elemental properties of the storm into the fabric.
Oh. Sounds mightily impressive, I must say. A tracker, a hunter of vampires.
Well, I mean, they go kind of hand in hand, more so than you might believe. You know, you need a lot of tools to hunt monsters, and when you're working with gnomes and dwarves, you kind of, that's kind of integral in everyday living. So anything you do, builder, hunter, chef, it's all enhanced with some form of tools or technology.
Well, we're lucky to have you, Red.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. Like I say, bit of company's nice every now and again. Now, where did I put my shoes?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just asking, where do I put my shoes?
Well, they're there in the top corner for some reason. Why would you put them there, you madman?
Yeah,
Wait. No, they're still on my feet. Where do you want me to put them?
Oh, those must be scone there.
Aye, I saw him chuck them up there before he went to sleep. I thought about doing the same, but then thought, no, I best ask. That might be like a local custom.
Well, we sometimes Spear likes to play prank on Scone. So when he wakes up, he doesn't know if it's a dream or not. He has to go out the window and just look up the sky.
Hey, what was all that stuff he said about? He had a dream about gifts, or you were all there, and is he all right in the head?
No.
Fine, all right.
Well, I mean,
He's gifted.
we once found some miners that had been, a cave-in had happened, and they'd been forced to eat nothing but mushrooms for about a week. They called it cave madness. They had lost it completely. Too many psychedelic mushrooms had fried their brains. They didn't know what was reality or not, so I thought maybe he had a bit of cave madness about him. The dream world and his perceived existence crossing over.
Whatever it is very real. We've witnessed that firsthand. Not to say we understand it.
I mean, I don't doubt that he's got power in him. I saw him fly off into the sky, so... But just a bit of a... speaks about things that I can't quite understand, let's say.
Well, that's how we learn, isn't it?
Aye, that's true. That's true. So, what's with this tower? Magic in construction, I presume.
Yes, it's a standard spell of the wardens.
That's what you are, is it? With a...
The Order Arcanum, yes.
Yes.
But yes, it's just magical. Something I can summon. It comes in very handy, obviously. Typically we use it for longer times, but for now we use it. It's the Wandering Academy.
And that's used as a collective. You've used that term before when we first met, so that's what you're calling yourselves, is it, as a group?
Yes. I mean, we all seek to learn from each other.
Aye. That's sweet, I must say. So was just any bunk going?
Is from that tower? I mean, the other tower is just my room. Hopefully, you don't get attacked.
Oh, I see. You've got a special room at the top of the tower.
Well, this is my bedroom, but I also needed the room to study this evening. Is it all the new week?
Ah, yes. Anything exciting that you plan to pen?
I mean, I have far too many spells and not enough time. I mean, there's some other spells that I haven't yet found. Very eager to learn, but it's difficult to source that. It's very expensive. Things are much
Aye.
easier in the at the institute.
They pay for all your ink there.
Well, I mean, subsidized at the very least. But yes, they well, it's an institute. They teach you.
Well, like you say, maybe there's stuff I could teach you as well. I know a little bit about magic myself.
Yes, I'd be very interested. I mean, tinkering, I assume you're something you do. It's something I've always struggled with. Managed to get around locks, but not much else.
Aye, locks is a good first step though, if you've got the finger dexterity for it, you know. It all plays a part. It's a good way to practice.
It's just a limited school, something to focus on. It's far too broad when you go into how many things you can do with mechanical what have you.
Aye, I mean, your friend here is testament to that.
Yes, well, I couldn't imagine doing something like that.
No, me neither. I mean, Scully's one thing, but living, I was going to say breathing, but you don't breathe, do you?
Well, who told you?
Well, I mean,
You know all my secrets, don't you? I don't know about this.
I don't, not really much more than that. You don't.
No, I'm just
Don't
joking.
breathe. Oh, I thought I was onto something amazing there.
No, yeah, don't have to eat, don't have to drink, don't have to breathe.
I have to smell, which can come in handy.
Don't have to smell. Yeah, especially with scone's feet, eh? No,
But you still smell if you get something on you, though.
Well, I'll smell.
Oh wait, do you mean you don't have to smell?
Well, yeah.
Ah, you got no nose.
I can smell stuff. I just don't have to. I mean, I don't really need to. So, but I can do if I need to. Like, oh, it smells a bit. Ooh.
That's weird. Can you
do you guys
taste?
wash? I had a wash earlier on. Yeah, I can taste stuff like.
Aye. Because you know most of taste is smell anyway, so.
I did
Weird
not
if
know
you could
that.
do one but not the other.
Well, I'm gonna go like rest by the window. So if you need me, just give me a wave or something. Night.
Night, everyone.
Stand by the window and
Okay. Is everyone going to sleep?
Yeah, I'm going to cast alarm at the bottom of my
At
tower.
the bottom, all around it? Okay.
Yeah.
So
Is that a necessary precaution, do you think?
Well, if I'm sleeping alone and you have backup. Unless
Would
somebody
you
wants to sleep
be
on the couch.
averse to me doing something similar?
Of course not.
Okay. Let me see if I've got it prepared.
I cast a couple of healing words, just so you know, on myself. I already rolled.
okay.
I do not have a lamp prepared. I thought I did. I could cause fear.
You cause fear, and a bunch of small rats that were kind of like hanging around the base of the tower. Yeah, they just flee.
I really wanted to get the hat of vermin as a magical item. Because I heard someone say a really good use for it, which is that if you think a room has a trap in it, you just use the hat of vermin, pull a rat out, and just chuck it into the room and close the door.
Oh god.
That's a good thing. Sorry, sidebar.
So you get the feeling. So one thing that you can definitely hear is the wildlife is very present here. You can hear in the distance like birds and even some wolves kind of like howling into the night. And there is this sense of this area not far away from Vernas, because you didn't go that far away, has a bit of kind of like wildlife reserve protection, because not many people get close to her hut unless they have business with her. And there is a distinct absence of jackals in this area, so it is a very quiet and peaceful night with the full moon of Mara, which is the white bright moon that only has an 8-day cycle. And in the morning, you all wake up. The day is yours. What do you do? Where is Joel? He just left.
He's on a phone call.
Oh. So, what do you do?
Right, so what was the plan? We were going to go find the Locathor people here.
Either them or the Bullywug.
But who's closer?
Well, the Bullywug, but trying to give it thought, I cannot decide who we should visit.
What's your end goal here?
We want to rid the...
No, sorry. I mean, and I know that, but I mean, in terms of the visit you mentioned.
Ah, right. So we are aware of some underground water passages that go beneath the camp. If we can find our way to the camp underwater, we can infiltrate much easier. We bypass the walls, we bypass the watchtowers, and then we are emerged, assumably by the well, by the tower itself. It's just a case of either going through the tower or scaling the outside of the tower to the bedroom on the top floor.
Okay, so I mean, Verna mentioned that the Locathar have this Riptide Grotto. Do you think maybe that's the caverns that you're looking for, given that they
Well,
mentioned
they will
it's-
lead there, yes. But the grotto seems to be on the other side of the river. But they will be connected. That's why we're interested in speaking to the Locathar.
Yeah, so given my understanding, I would say go to them. I mean, I'm just pitching in my 2 cents here, but that would be it. I don't know what you would get from going to the...
Yes, Verna seemed to allude that there was some reason we should visit the Bullywug. We have some standing as we have friends with royalty, but...
Well, she mentioned it, but in the so the prelude to the conversation was that you are looking for the Locathar's kind of customs.
Well, it's when I asked if there was any way we could win favour with the Locathar.
Yeah, so it seems like going to their enemy seems like a bit of a strange solution to that. Given that, should you be seen allying yourself with the bullywog, then you might make further enemies of the Lukafar. That would
But
be
they
my...
also implied that both would understand the caverns. And what I'm more worried about now, something I didn't know before, is that the Locathar are well, the saltwater creatures, which I believe this underground caverns are freshwater.
Aye, but she made it sound like there was some kind of magic at play that was
That will keep
doing a
the
level of
Riptide
terraforming.
Grotto, but not the underwater caverns all the way to the camp. I don't want these creatures suffocating or dying on the way there.
No, but you shouldn't need their assistance to swim through a bit of water, no?
Well, it's more than a bit of water. It's underground caverns for a long, long way, and longer than we walked yesterday.
Oh, aye, I see what you're saying, yes.
We're going from the coast to
Bullywugs
the camp.
are on the way anyway. If we are going to be headed in that general direction, we could see if they can help, and if they cannot, we push on.
Well, the mentioning of what we would do to help out these Locathar did seem a little bit out of reach. Solving some issue with planar magic seems to be a little bit... No, I mean, I am tasked with maintaining and protecting the material plane, but I don't know planar magics myself.
Aye, should we have asked Verna if she had any kind of apparatus that might have allowed us to breathe underwater for prolonged periods of time?
I mean, that could have been helpful.
Might have been more useful than what we did get from her.
Likely expensive.
I think no more so than the flight or invisibility off the top of my head. I think that.
I knew the second you said it, you were going to say the flying potion. Well, let me tell you, this flying potion,
I mentioned my own potion as well.
you said mine first. So,
Well,
look, it's not a problem. I can breathe. I don't have to breathe on the water, so I can just walk up the thing. And then, if you want me to scout ahead, I can tell you where's good to go, and then you can swim there. Depending on how long the passage
do you think
might be and how long you can hold your breath. But
maybe there might be pockets of air in the caverns?
yeah, it'll be fine.
If only she'd been willing to part with Alfredo, we all could have gone into his mouth and then just like pop out when needed.
Unconscious.
How much preparation have you done for the idea of the fort, like the actual, I mean, how many people are you planning on fighting?
Oh,
Planning
just
on
plan
fighting too.
Yeah, just kidnap.
And we expect more.
Forgive me for making such suggestions so early into our working relationship, but you could have run some level of distraction at the gates of the camp with a...
Yeah, well, we talked about this, but then everyone was like, "Oh, no, we're going to go with the sneaking in by the."
Well, we
the
talked
water
about it,
plant."
but we talked about it too early. Raising alarm for no purpose was the problem. We were to do it at the same time as our infiltration.
Yeah, if you had I have a way to communicate. It's a little bit rudimentary, but that if you needed to, you could have two teams in a similar area and communicate between the two with the blow of a whistle.
Right,
And
but we
alert.
can communicate, no issue. But the problem is we have to get into position. So if we were to have one team go through the well and one through the gates to cause a distraction, we first have to have that team by the well.
Yes. That would be the plan. That way you pull guards away. I don't think sneaking in, you're gonna find it quite as easy as sneak out, is what I would suggest, without some other distraction to, occupy.
Well, if you want, I can go in by myself by the river, if no one else can breathe underwater, and then
I don't think you're the kind to sneak in would be.
oh, just you wait, wait. I'll run off behind some trees and hide.
Make a stealth check. Hide
14.
14. Well, yeah.
I got a passive perception of 15.
Elizabeth and Koda are
advantage.
kind of like, looks well hidden.
You see actually 10
Yeah,
to see me.
but Red, you definitely see.
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
So
Minus 5 because disadvantage.
Oh, is
Oh,
disadvantage?
because you've got the cape.
Yeah.
Wait, so is it different because I'm actively searching? Do I have to roll for that?
You'd have to roll for that. Yeah.
So
With a
he disappears
disadvantage.
from you. So now you can
With
start
disadvantage,
searching
okay.
with disadvantage.
I see you. I rolled a 14 and an 18. And I got +5.
Yeah. So also, if you know where he hit, the test was that he hit well behind something. If you walk straight to where, you didn't even need to roll. If you walk straight to where around where he was hidden, but then you see him there like with the hood on.
I'll just pull your hood off. Aye, it's a good cloak, but your feet are the noisy things.
Well,
Like, it doesn't stop people hearing your big clobbering metal shoes.
The benefit he does have is that he doesn't need to breathe, and if these caverns are filled with water and there's no way to swim down there without suffocating, it's not an issue. But then, there is, of course, there is the infiltration task at the end.
Aye, I mean, we can all... If you can't do the job, then why do the
Yes.
in-between?
I think we're probably thinking a little bit too far ahead of what we might encounter. We should get moving and find those.
Well, we need to decide where we're going. That's what we're trying to do, so... If you know where that is...
Well, I mean, I've said my piece. I think the Bollyworks
all right, that's
are
this way.
on the way. They should be obeyed.
Given both are aquatic creatures, maybe, paying both a visit to see if they have any kind of aid that might help non-aquatic creatures. Maybe they know of a plant that you can chew that oxidizes your mouth and lets you breathe underwater.
Not exactly what I was thinking.
We're going to the Bullywugs.
Okay, so you start from Verna's Hat. You start heading north towards the swamp. That is essentially an extension of the swamp where Alfredo was. Only that Alfredo was a bit more west, and the Bullywug swamp extends all the way to the river bank, essentially, to the shore. You start going there. Soon enough, it becomes swampy again. How are you approaching? Are you moving at with stealth at a slow pace, or are you just prancing around?
Regular, I guess.
Huh?
Regular speed?
Regular speed, sure. Okay. You go for about... Let me see. You go for about... In the morning. 6 miles, not too much, a couple of hours, until you start seeing signs of not civilization, but rather, there is inhabitants. You see some spears that have been pierced, staked into the ground with little animals' skull with almost ritualistic things hanging from them, like little feathers and whatnot. Kind of, you immediately recognize this, Red in particular, just based on your experience, as warning signs. Kind of like you're now entering, our territory. You keep going, and after about another half hour, in what you consider you are now in their territory, Nielsen, you notice that there is one creature at least that you notice that is kind of like up in the trees. It's a bullywog, like kind of like a Vashk. Has a spear and a bow and a short bow, and it's kind of like following along with you, jumping from tree to tree, kind of like goes to the end of a big branch and then takes a very long standing leap of up to like 20 feet and lands on the next tree, and it is deadly silent, but with your passive perception you're able to spot at least one, and your instinct tells you there's probably more than one, but the rest roll higher.
Sorry, was that directed at me? For some reason I thought you said Elizabeth. I
No,
really don't know
I said
why.
Nielsen.
Yeah, I don't know why. I was half thinking of something when you said a name. I was thinking, I didn't take my bonus intelligence proficiency things you get. And then yeah, you said a name and I was like, yeah, I feel like this should be me that's seeing it, but I don't know why it is, but okay.
So yeah, you see them up in the trees there, as the rest of the group are quiet, nonchalantly just trotting along.
I don't want to cause any alarm because so far we haven't been attacked, but we are being followed.
By who?
Things in the trees jumping around. Well, I can only see the one jumping around in the trees. Could be a scout.
Can I take a look as if I can see anything?
Make an active perception check. Everyone can.
6.
Everyone that wants to roll, as you all look around.
I see nothing.
I see nothing either.
I'll
What are you
actively
talking
look
about,
to see if I
Red?
can spot
Are you
more.
sure you didn't imagine it?
You also see nothing.
17.
Bird's eye. Bullseye even.
Birds. Okay, so with 17, you spot 2 more now that are following along.
No, there is definitely more than 1, 2, 3 at least.
Look, neither of us can see it. Bullseye can't see it. I
Bullseye,
think it's-
so takes off from your shoulder. Make a perception check for Bullseye.
Yeah,
As
I
it
did.
goes-
She rolled really bad. She rolled
Okay,
3 and a 5.
So Bullseyes go... flies up on top of the canopy, because normally that's how you use it. You use Bullseye to map the land for your cartography endeavors, not to look for... So he's just going up and saying, yep, I see the river, I see... but can't see anything. You are still the only one that can see this, Nelson.
Look.
Hello? We come in
that's
peace.
one way.
As you say that, Nelson, you notice that the 3 that are following kind of like stop. And you all now
We are friends
hear...
of Vashk.
Sorry?
We are friends of Vashk.
You all... There is a bit of a pause, silence in the forest. And then you hear croaking. Speaking in their own language, you assume. And a flutter of birds just flying away as that happens. Like the forest stays dead silent. Yeah.
Certainly got their attention. They have stopped at this point, so I guess continue.
Well, I'm hoping they can understand us.
Boom! A spear lands right in front of your feet. And a voice coming, echoing from amongst the trees.
Stay where you are.
How close is it to my feet?
Probably not too close. Probably about 5 feet ahead of you.
How good a condition of weapon is it?
It looks like a very rough made spear. Not very long either, but it's serviceable.
Is this a present?
Stay where you are.
And you, Nelson, that have eyes on all of them, sees that one of them kind of like starts climbing down a tree, jumps, grabs a branch, and now you all see it because it has obviously come out of hiding, and releases itself from the branch and lands heavily on the ground, and starts going towards you.
Do they look the same? They're not like different coloured to.
No, they look the same, kind of like yellow, greenish skin, tattered clothes, very muddy, and comes over, grabs the spear that was stuck in the ground.
Stay your business. You're in Queen Zinkoth domain.
Good morning. Our business. Well, we've come here to speak with your people. We need help.
Voice, another voice comes from up top the trees. And you see one of the other ones that are still on the trees, Nelson, just starts going and leaves the area, whereas the other one still has a spear kind of like trained in your group.
Speak. What purpose?
We are here to deal with some of the problems that you may be having with the humans in this area. The jackals.
Gonna take your... You are enemies of jackals.
We are, yes.
Make a persuasion check.
I'm not wearing my jackals stuff, by the way.
Okay, I assume so. Yeah, we're coming here to kill jack. Oh shit, we're jackals. What do you roll?
22.
22. Who didn't? So you already rolled history for bullywugs, right? I think.
Nature, I
Yeah,
think.
for nature,
Yeah, I
and
have.
you roll. Njalson, I think you can roll history. You haven't. Spear, unfortunately. Actually, no. You also roll. You can also roll.
History?
Yeah, just based on your comings and goings in Zadar, you would probably be familiar with some stuff.
14.
14. And Njalson?
12.
12. So Spear is the one that surprisingly, well, not surprisingly, because obviously his familiarity with Zadar would come in handy here. You know that the bullywugs are kind of a bit pompous and a bit like they like lording over foreigners in the lands and kind of like showing off their royalty. They have a very strict social like hierarchy, and I don't think that's enough. That's as much as you can tell from their culture. So that you know that the royalty likes to be kind of like being deferred to and being like very like flattering of. That's as much as you can remember from your travels. And this Bollywood kind of like,
You cannot go to the queen without an audience. You can make audience.
Oh, but we brought her a gift though.
Gift.
We, I mean, there's no need for lies,
What
because
are
we
you talking
don't
about?
have a gift.
We do. Yeah, I've got. This is my very precious flask of oil. Very good at burning things. I only have 2 of these, but I was going to give her one.
Oil. What do we oil?
Whatever you want to burn.
We're friends with Verna though, and she asked to pass on some information about her son.
You.
and points the spear at you, Elizabeth.
You mentioned Vashk.
Yes,
What you know of?
he's our friend.
He saved my life.
Yeah. I shall give audience. You need to pay. Offer.
To you?
Oh, no. To Queen. Oil
Have your
not
worship.
good. Better offer.
Well, maybe we don't need to speak to the Queen. Maybe you're good enough.
Oh. Oh?
We want to know about the waterways beneath the land.
I cannot speak. I cannot speak for the royal decree mandates. You pay offer. I take you, Queen.
Okay, here for the Queen. And hand him 10 gold.
Gold no.
Okay.
Hmm.
What
What
kind of...
about the hide of a very rare creature?
So,
Wait, what? You had exotic leathers on you.
I do.
Hmm.
Is that not a good idea? Bad trait.
Uh, given the chance, I would have liked to look at them myself. But I mean, if it gets us where we need to go, I suppose, then.
so.
Do you like wine or honey? Have you ever had honey? It's the nectar of nature.
Okay, everyone make an insight check.
Oh dear.
Oh wait, now. Whew.
Scon kind of like
One.
comes running from like 50 feet behind where he was, kind of like following along, and finds the group talking to one of the bullywogs.
Ooh, 21 total.
Bullywugs. One.
Pretty insightful.
5.
5. Spear and
I
red.
can read this frog.
Yeah.
I thought they were human.
I got a
Okay,
one.
Koda. So yeah, as you're all kind of like trying to figure out what the fuck does this thing want. So Koda, you realize one that Elizabeth mentioned of Vashk definitely got him a bit. Okay, I can take these people to the Queen. At least they know Vashk, so they could be important people or something like that. You know, it definitely changed its attitude a bit, but now it's trying to go by some kind of rules. And you notice that he has every time he mentions, like gift offering, he's kind of like grabbing his collar, and in the very rough like leather thing in the collar, he has a bit of like a metal chain, and it's all muddy and crappy and covered. He almost doesn't shine at all, but he kind of like grabs it and kind of like plays with it. It is the only piece of metal that has a bit of shine, because he's all like caked in mud. And the rest of him.
No.
Ugh. So, do you like shiny things, or do you like pointy things?
So?
I start juggle with a couple of coins, like I juggle with like some gold
No
coins and
coins.
copper coins. Okay, I put them back in. I drew my rapier. I do a Zoro move against a tree. I stab a leaf.
Extends its hands, kind of like its grabby hand towards it.
Give.
Or and I take out an iron pot. Got an iron pot. Bump. Very hard. Great for cooking. But I give him the rapier.
Yeah, looks at the iron pot, kind of like, and then grabs the rapier and
Follow.
and starts walking ahead.
Should we really be arming them?
Well, they had spears already. Surely a rapier.
So you walk for about 10-15 minutes. You notice that more of these creatures start, and they are not hiding now, so they are very visible, and they kind of like start going along and up in the trees and down in the ground and kind of like jumping around and taking leaps. They leap more than they walk, kind of like they land, they look, and then boom, take another powerful leap and move on. And you are led in what is obviously now an opening in the forest, in the swamp, with huts that are built on top of wooden stilts that are kind of keeping the huts off the water, about like 1 feet or 2 feet off the water, and they're all interconnected by rope bridges. It's like this kind of like a river delta network of wooden huts that are all a bit high up and connected by wooden ropes, and then they go up in the trees, and some of the huts are also built up in the trees. And they start quite crappy, and they become a bit better as you go in. You are now being led into the heart of this village. And you notice something interesting on one side of the big pond that dominates the center of this swamp area, with tons of huts around it, and now wooden bridges going across on top of of rope bridges that kind of like crisscross each other, and it's all a tangle. You notice that there is one hut that has been kind of like torn apart and then rebuilt a bit taller because it looks like newer and not in the style of the rest. And there is almost like how to explain this? You know those bathtubs that are in the forest that are kind of like a wooden cylinder. One of those, but it is quite big, almost like 20 feet across, and quite tall, maybe 6 feet tall. So it's like a vat, like 20 feet diameter, 6 feet tall, and it is just there with a simple covering, and it looks completely out of place with the rest of the things in the pond. And then you see almost like a committee that is now coming towards you across the pond. You see a big bullywug. She's probably twice the size of the ones that you've seen now, so it is bigger than it's probably around 6, maybe even more, 7 feet or so. And this really big bullywug, she's showered in all sorts of chains and pieces of metal and shiny things that are all caked in mud, but some of them still shine through. And she's riding a giant toad, like the one you fought with Alfredo. And she has a bit of a committee, an escort of soldiers that look a bit better armed than the rest. As the rest of the village, we're talking about, dozens and dozens. You don't know exactly how many, but there are like at least 80, 70 that are kind of like coming from around the pond to see your approach. And the giant toad kind of like takes a leap, lands in the middle of the pond, and then slowly walks as the rest of the committee approaches you. And the scout that was leading you towards the central area kind of like gets closer, goes onto one knee, and everyone else of the bullywugs go onto one knee and holds the rapier up, and they start speaking the language. The queen kind of like nods with her head, and one of the escorts, one of the soldiers, grabs the rapier and brings it to her. What are you doing as this happens?
I go into one knee.
You go into a knee, okay.
I'll just
I'll follow his lead.
Yeah, follow Coda's lead.
I'll look at them.
Okay, yeah, sure, if we're doing that. I'll
Okay.
get down on one knee and I'll sort of push Scarly down, like to sit.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just tell her to sit. She's obedient.
As you all go onto one knee, the queen kind of like lift the rapier into the air, and everyone goes, wow. And they all kind of like admire it for a moment. And she puts it next to in a saddle, that a big saddle on the side of the toad. Kind of like licks with a massive tongue, licks her face and the eyes, like.
Handy.
And then looks at you all and gives you all like a big toad smile.
I accept your gift.
And the rest of the bullywug kind of like.
I respect your deference. Rise now.
Gee.
What is your business with Queen Zinka of the mighty Bullywug?
Coda, you got this.
Is it
Your
long enough
your
still?
Tonus, Queen Zinka of the mighty Woodworks. We come here to offer our aid. We want to clean the land from the scourge of the jackals. But to do so, we must also request for your help, the help of your people. Far too long have you suffered under the encroachment of the humans in red garments. It is time to put a remedy to that.
And as she kind of like croaks with everything you said, everyone goes. Make a persuasion check.
Oh, damn it, that was a 4. But I got +10, so that's 14.
The toad kind of like awkwardly walks forward with her on top of it.
The jackals encroach, but they're not enemy. Swamp, good defense, slow down. We do have enemy though. You can help, and we help you back.
Just gonna lean in to you, Elizabeth. What do you reckon that they're gonna say it's the Locathar? Come on, I'll give you
I'm not
2
taking
silver
that bet.
pieces down on it.
What help do you require from us? And who is this enemy that is worse than the jackals? They might not be your swamp might protect you now, but you know how humans go around. Give them your hand, they take your arm.
The swamp is life. The Locathar.
Ha! Sorry. I knew.
The Locathar
Please continue.
seek to poison the swamp with foul water. Water you cannot drink. Locathar must go. They are not from this place. The swamp must thrive.
We are aware of your relationship with the Locathar, and they do not wish to fight. They're keeping to themselves. Though they obviously wish for more as you do, but your real enemy are the jackals. We have it on good authority that they plan to attack you from the west.
Ooh, make a deception check.
Oh, that's really bad, 'cause I had advantage. 16.
I even believe it.
I was gonna say, I was
I'm
like,
gonna
oh,
lean in and be like,
you were like,
"You
I
didn't
didn't
see
know
that the
that."
jackals were gonna attack them."
Write that one down.
I actually rolled like an 18.
Jackals cannot talk. They don't have the manpower to fight the swamp.
And everyone goes, whoa, 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 with the spears in the air.
If the swamp thrives, bullywug, kings of forest, look at
I'll
that
ping.
poison water.
I'll ping Elizabeth's head. I don't know if you're making this up, but if you are, tell them they're training the giant toads and that they're going to ride them too.
They're training the no. Sorry. They're training the giant toads.
You actually said it.
I turn around, look at Elizabeth in confusion.
Make a deception check with disadvantage.
Also,
That's a straight
That's
roll.
a straight roll, yes, you're right.
It's a better lie than before because 21.
She kind of like looks a bit surprised and taken aback. And then you see another quite big bullywug comes and she starts yelling at it. And the other one starts like gesticulating like and she's having a go, obviously having a go at this other bullywug. Like, and then starts hitting her own giant toe with the spear. And they're having like this really heated argument. And then everyone starts having their own heated opinion and argument about this. All the other bullywug around you starts going, and one of them hits another one with a spear in the head, like. There's a bit of a chaos apparently now. Everyone thinking, "Oh my God, they have giant toads."
Coda, now would be a great time to play a song.
I don't mean to disregard your method, but good alliances generally aren't founded on lies. I feel this might catch up with us quite quickly.
What lie are you talking about?
Well,
We had to kill 2 yesterday.
But it's not going to. If we take care of the jackals, we cover our tracks.
The queen yells and everyone calms down.
I need proof of these giant toad training camps.
I could let me draw it for you. Yeah, this is how they do it.
Nelson, you notice as all of this is happening, then from that vat that I described before, there are 2 heads poking out. And they're looking at you. And they look like yellowish, bluish fish heads. They don't look at all like bullywug. They definitely look like Lokotha. And they are looking at what's going on very intently.
how visible am I right now?
Well, you are in the middle of the group, and there is the typical audience where you have like.
Oh, everyone stopped arguing,
Yeah.
didn't they? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking because everyone was like arguing amongst themselves, but that stopped because the queen got their attention. Okay. I don't know how you can spin this one, but if you could distract her for a minute, because there seems to be some Locathar in that big tub over there, and you know, I don't know if they're spies or maybe prisoners.
You speak to the group.
Yeah, I'm saying this quietly under my breath as the queen and
You
everyone's
want
kind of like,
you want a distraction? I got it. Don't worry about it. I got this. I'm waiting to do a distraction.
I could just do more drawings. Yeah, look.
No.
I'm already speaking to the queen.
So
Your
they,
Majesty, look, watch this. I got something really cool. I'll try and walk away like from the trying to drag the attention to it. What's this? I'll just get one of the casks of their flask of oil and smash it on the ground.
God.
You smash a cask of oil on the ground.
Yeah.
So as Scone, so two things happen at the same time. Scone starts walking ahead with a drawing of what are you drawing?
So some person standing on a toad, and then this
Standing
person
on
on the
a
floor.
toad.
This person on the floor's got spear, and every time the toad doesn't do something right, it gets stabbed. And then this person has ropes just in case. Actually, there's 5 people with ropes, and there's ropes attached to the legs and to the arms.
Make a
and around the
performance
neck.
check, Jord, as you do this. And you, Spear, starts walking in the other direction to the side. Grab a flask. The moment you lift the flask, the bullywug kind of like closer to you. They all like lift their spears and take a step back. They're all having the same reaction that Vashk had with you, like fucking scared of you, and kind of like take a step back and you smash. And now there is this pool of black oil that just splash all across their beautiful swamp. It's an oil spill. It's an environmental disaster.
Can I try and sneak away in the commotion?
Okay.
Like just duck.
So what do you roll, Scon? Performance? 15. And Spear, I also need you to roll performance. This is a performance to try to get their attention.
Can this be performance with strength?
What is he bringing?
How strongly I threw the thing on the ground.
Distractingly strong.
So you did the thing you want to do, but I want to see.
Okay, it's not actually that bad. It was 17 minus 1, so 16.
Yeah, and 15 on yours.
And that I'm gonna also like when I've done it, I'm gonna get my javelin. And I'm gonna use cast green flame blade to like light it as well. By the way.
So as you throw the oil, everyone kind of like goes, "Rah!" And everyone just a split second before was looking at Scone and the queen was kind of like leaning in, trying to look at the drawing from a distance because you are not like right next to her. And then suddenly all your eyes, Scone, are pulled towards Spear. He goes, "Poof," and then like a flame ignites across the length of the javelin as he holds it up, and everyone is just like, "Wah!" They're between the two of you, because of you first taking attention and then Spear going with the oil. There's definitely an opening for you, Elizabeth, you and Koda, and you, Nelson, to do whatever you want, because both things happen at the same time.
Do anything.
What do you want, Nelson?
Just put my hands in my head.
I'm just gonna try and basically slip away and towards the tub.
Okay.
Like if everyone sort of, if that
There
area
is
is
a
relatively.
circle of bullywug all around you, so slipping away towards the tub means going straight through them. It's really, really difficult. I mean, you can, if at the right moment you take the few steps and then jump behind like a big front as the bullywug are kind of like all looking at Spear, but it's not an easy maneuver. You have to roll quite high stealth.
Okay. Well, I rolled a 14 plus 6, so it's a non-natural 20. So I don't know if that's gonna work.
Because there are so many there. Oh, wow. So as you go and Elizabeth are kind of in the middle, it's like, what the fuck is going on? Scone walks forward with his drawing. Spear kind of like grabs and holds the green flame javelin, and then you look and Nelson is gone. Nelson, you jump through one of these big front plants that are growing from the swamp. As all the bullywug are kind of like there, you kind of like move quickly through it to the other end, and now you are on the other side of the circle of bullywug that kind of like had around the pond that we're all looking at these happenings. And yeah, you have a clear path towards the vat.
I'll make my way there if no one else is
you
doing
start making your way
anything else.
there.
I want to do something,
Yes.
but I mean, it's something very simple. As soon as I see Spear doing what he's done, I'm just gonna turn around and say, "What are you doing, you maniac?" And I'm just gonna basically try to scoop big lumps of like mud. I'm just trying to chuck it on top of the fire to sort of suffocate it, just like crazy.
Okay, you well, the fire is still not there because Spear ignited the javelin,
ignited the
in
javelin,
the air, You can lamp mud onto the oil if you wish.
Yeah, and the oil.
Okay,
yeah,
so
yeah,
you
man,
start going.
definitely.
You try to lamp with your foot, like doing the classic.
Yeah, well, in my hands,
Yeah,
I just
and you spear. What do you do?
Well, I'm gonna try and
I'm
grab.
just gonna stab the oil.
Yes. And that's what they said. They'll flood the swamp with oil and then light everything
As
up.
you stab the oil, I mean, there is a bit of mud that Coda managed to get there, but then there is like.
This is how the jackals are gonna get you. They're gonna light you on fire.
And the oil,
Using lots of oil.
the oil being lighter than water floats up. So it's essentially you now have an oil spill that has gone up in flames in the middle of the swamp, and all the bullywugs kind of like jump back. The queen points a finger at you, and her soldiers starts coming towards you. Spear. What do you do? Well, everyone is doing.
Oh, see. So if I give you this other flask here, just get the other flask out to hand. This is good. You can do this and make your own fire.
The queen's escort surrounds you and puts the spear, to your shoulder. You have like 6 spears all around you, and goes down to the ground.
I'm gonna ping Elizabeth.
Are you standing still, spear?
Just kind of looking at Coda, like. I assume he's basically next to me as well, kicking the mud and stuff.
Yeah, they're trying to get you down to the ground. Essentially, they're threatening you, so you go down to the ground.
There's 350 frogs with spears around here. Let's do what I say, spear.
I don't think I can draw anything that's gonna save it.
Just sit down on the ground.
Okay, so you sit down on the ground, and now they look a bit more comfortable having you in a less of a fighting position, but they're still training the spears on you. As a couple of other bullywugs come in and immediately starts pouring water. As they pour water, they move the oil and the flames start moving around. And they go, ah!
I mean, I was throwing mud at the fire, not water.
Yeah, no, but the
Assuming it's a
bullywugs
swamp.
are throwing water.
Okay.
At it. And they're like, ah, fire. And they start slapping each other, and they see you with the mud, and they start imitating and kind of like start throwing mud.
Yes. The good shit.
And the fire, after like a few seconds, is completely smothered. But the soldiers are still there, kind of like with the spears trained on spear. What were you doing, Scon? Just shouting.
No, that was it. I'm just like, all the attention's on him now, and I'm just gonna just my book's just gonna be held in the air.
Yeah, you're holding your book in the air, but yeah, all the attention is now on spear.
I mean, it worked as a distraction. If they nailed it.
Nielsen, you approach the vat.
Wait, Shane, are you doing anything?
Shane,
No, I'm maintaining the group.
you said you weren't doing anything. Are you staying? Yep. Right. Nielsen?
Yeah, I'll approach the vet. Presuming the eyes are still looking at
Well,
or do they
they
look
are
away
looking
to
at the
fire?
mess, at the distraction for sure. I mean, spear distraction works the charm. and now, in fact, more heads have poked out. There are 6 fish head that are poking out of the vat. Like, and they're all like, what the fuck is going on there? What do you do?
I'll approach the vet.
It has a set of steps that allow you to kind of like go all the way to the lip at the top.
How tall was the vat? You
6
said
feet.
about 6 foot. I'm going to go around it so that the vat is between me and the circle of not grunts.
Yep.
I say grunts. Circle of
Yeah. Okay.
bullywug.
So at the back,
Yeah,
you
and then
you see there is another set of steps, and they lead into this kind of like a makeshift, bigger hut, and there you see armor and weapons that definitely don't look like the bullywugs. You see, and they've been carefully laid out in there are what appears to be some beds. This is like a lived-in area, and the weapons are kind of like carefully. You see shields, you see spears, and you see bows, and they're all kind of like carefully laid out.
weird. And there wasn't like there was like a door to get into this bit.
No.
Or was-
It is just big wooden posts that are holding like a thatched roof, so it is open on all four sides, and one of the sides is right at the edge of the back part of the tub where you are coming from.
Okay. And there's stairs on that side
Yeah.
to get to the lip again. I'll go up the stairs, but I'll be prone so that my
Yeah.
like it's my head and then my body's lying down the stairs, so I'm not
Yeah,
like my
okay,
profile's
as you
still
go-
relatively low.
You reach the lip of the tub, and there is about like maybe I don't know, like 5 inches down from the lip is the water level, and you see these 6 Lokotha. They're just, you know, like when people hang on the side of the swimming pool, and they're just hanging like that, looking at the mess.
And they're not like bound or anything.
Nope.
If I just do it quickly. Huh. Hello.
I can show you what they look like.
Imagine anything that's not funny.
They look like that.
This picture with them with the dog is so
Yeah,
weird.
it's a seal.
Well, it's not a
Oh,
dog, it's a
seal.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's a seal.
It's-
And they're just like hanging there, and as you say hello there, they turn around. Who are you? Where were you? You were there? And kind of like they point at the circle, and they start talking amongst them like with little weird noises.
Are you guys prisoners by any chance?
One of them kind of like dives and very fast goes, swims towards you and emerges on the other end and grabs the lip. So essentially you have your face right in front. No, we are guests.
Guests?
We are here to save the Lokotha.
Oh, okay, interesting. I thought that queen just mentioned that you needed to be, removed. So I thought maybe you were prisoners.
Barnacle must fall if the Lokotha will survive.
Ah, so this is a coup.
You could say, for the good of our people, Barnacle must die.
Okay.
What is
Well, if
going
you-
on with your friends? You should not burn the swamp.
No. They were just making a distraction so I could come over here and ask you some questions, but you've said all you need to say, so I'm gonna go and I'll have a think about all the things that you've said.
Well, you want to help the Bullywug? You can help Lokotha too.
Just out of question, you don't have any way that I could breathe underwater for long periods of time, do you? Like, if I helped you, let's say, that's not something that you could help with.
We certainly can. I am Undertow, Master Druid of the Lokotha.
Well, seems like we might be angling to help you after all then, Undertow.
Well, you should stop then things from escalating there.
I'll do my best, and then I'll just start crawling back down
Okay.
the steps.
As you were lying there, your hands, with the water, you clearly notice a bit of a texture there. You kind of like taste it, and it is salt water in the vat.
Yeah, that makes sense. Looking at their, just a quick look at their gear. Does it just look like normal gear as I kind of leave? It's not like, doesn't look anything scary that they've got there.
Make a perception check.
Oh, it's nearly an 18. It bounced to a 2. 7.
Yeah, it all looks like gear that it has been carefully crafted for their bodies, particularly the armors and whatnot.
Okay.
Okay, so as you start making your way there, we are back in the middle of the thing where Koda. Sorry.
Oh no! Sorry, I was sort of slightly coughing.
Yeah. Koda kind of like you help like smother the fire, and everyone kind of like comes.
As I'm doing that, I'm just saying like, oh, I'm sorry, it got a bit out of hand. It was just a demonstration of what the jackals could do.
As the fire is smothered, the Queen's escort kind of like takes a step back and lets you rise if you wish, spear. And they kind of like start encroaching a bit closer to you all as the Queen moves with the giant toad.
So, the jackals will burn the swamp?
Yes.
Walking on toads?
And points at Scon's picture that it has a toad with a guy on top of it.
Yes.
Do you think I am stupid?
Only if you ignore this threat.
They will never succeed at such crass endeavor. We will crush them. We will poison their water supplies underwater. We will kill their crops. We'll poison their cattle until they all die. And Zadar is a swamp!
You realize they outnumber you greatly, right? This should be a retaliation only on the jackals, not on humanity.
Make an insight check, Elizabeth. And you, all of you, Scon and Koda and Spear.
21.
0. 17.
0. Okay.
6. I beat Scott at least.
I mean, you both, Koda and Elizabeth, you realize that this bit of grandstanding here, and this makes sense that you both would realize this, because this is a bit of a court thing. It's more for their people than for you. There is a bit of a pride, royal pride thing going on here. She's doing a populist kind of like thing at the moment. So she's not challenging or questioning you. She's kind of like rising the tempers of, her village. As everyone else, as she says those words, and everyone else goes, "Rah, rah, rah."
No one threatens Queen Zinka!
Indeed. But just like the wise Queen Zinka has sought allies, such as the powerful Verna, who has schooled... What's his name again? That guy. God damn it. Oh, you goddamn creature. Oh, I lost it.
What are you looking for?
Vashk. Who is schooling Vashk in the great ways of the Fae. So would a queen be wise to seek aid among those who, for better or worse, share the same blood of their foes. We can be of aid, my queen.
Yes, you can. And what do you seek in return? And don't say, attack the jackals.
No, we seek only passage to their camp. There are some underground waters that lead to the old elven ruins. It is these paths we must tread.
Rockin'. We can guide you through the tunnels, the caves, and the water. Come.
And turns around. The escort kind of like forms a tighter circle around you. And then the rest of the soldiers starts kind of like dispersing the crowd. And the Queen's escort kind of like not pokes you, but with the spears invites you to follow. As it becomes very clear now that the show boating the Queen was doing is over, and now she wants to have a conversation. As it leads you towards a big hut that is kind of like the main one. She kind of like climbs down as you, Nielsen, make your way back to the center of the pond through the group of soldiers. Obviously, they are dispersing the crowd, and as they see you, they go wah, wah, and kind of like push you towards the center, so to follow the group. A bit confused at how you got separated.
I'm going. It's fine.
And yeah, the Queen's escort kind of like leads you to this central hut. She climbs down, and you're led into a more lavishly decorated hut, but still, most of it is the walls and everything are covered in mud and whatnot. And she kind of like sits in a weird like wooden throne made of like flotsam and fronds and whatnot. It doesn't look like pretty, but it is quite grandiose in terms of like the sheer volume of stuff it has. And someone brings a bucket of water and puts her at her feet so she can like place there and starts playing with the water at her feet.
Wait, am I in the room at this point?
Yes, I mean you would have been escorted all the way with the rest of the group.
Okay.
I mean you have been poked down to like hurry up.
So, a bit of news before she starts talking. Lucafar, I thought were prisoners, weren't prisoners at all. They want to form a coup against Barnacle, the Lucafar queen, and also one of them is a druid, and they can help us breathe underwater if we need.
That is a lot of words that don't make much sense at the moment. Locathar, Queen, Barnacles, prisoners.
Barnacle, I believe, is the name of the Lucafar queen. The Lucathar in the tub want to kill her to save the Lucathar, working with these frogs, and that Lucathar in there, whose name I believe was Undertow, can make us breathe underwater.
Okay.
Just something to think about whilst we're here. Although killing Lucathar for no reason doesn't really seem like a huge boon for us.
Seems like a sad thing to get involved in, but Chelsea.
We shall now negotiate our help and your help.
Next session. Okay. That was a bit longer, but I'm sure you're all tired. So yeah, we'll see where that goes next session. I had
Interesting move, spear.
it definitely created a distraction.
Wait, why did you mention there was a barrel of oil? Just don't describe a place with a barrel of oil in, and then we won't have these kinds of problems. But it turned out Well, fine.
I have the enthrall spell and so many other things that wouldn't have been setting fire to their home. We could have done it.
Hey, that's the brute force approach.
It was just the speed of it, though. If we try and make a distraction, I'm on it. Boom!
Yeah, it's like
He's already
Scott
got
even
some
tried to do his thing, and it was like, "No, you're not doing your thing. I am breaking this barrel of oil."
We'd had this like thing where his spear's gonna make a distraction using oil for like several sessions in the past. So it's just been there at the back. And he's just like, "What distraction? Okay, now we can do
I
the
have a
distraction."
flask of oil and I'm gonna use it.
Well, this is gonna have consequences, Spear.
Oh, it was your flask of oil.
Yeah,
I've
it was
got
the
two.
one.
Oh, I thought you said you just picked up a random barrel of oil.
I mean,
Oh, well,
we have been humoring your oil habit. I'm not sure. We're gonna have a word, my friend.
yeah. Sorry. This felt a bit rushed, but just because I wanted to get some conversations with these people going before we finish the session.
That's cool.
It was good and hectic.
Yeah.
It was...
Good and hectic for sure. Okay, cool. Well, we'll see where your allegiances lie next session.
Why has everyone got to always hate someone, and everyone that wants something from us is like, we'll do it
Yeah, it's
for a
like-
blood
For a
price.
bit of genocide, yeah.
Can't believe I made that brilliant gemicide joke, and Shane was the only one that even partly laughed.
I mean,
The Dark Ages, man. You know, this is why you need more oil to make it lighter.
Sad times.
Currency in Zadar is genocide. That's how you get your groceries.
Everything runs off it. You want a farm? Well, go kill all the other farmers.